Chapter 396. At this moment, death and fear have left me. I am the holy light, the holy dragon of light, the messenger of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danilis. I am also the great guardian of light of the seven gods' church under her command, the great mighty dragon of heaven. He's not called Wings of Death anymore. Cthulhu's black face twitched. Holy dragon of light doesn't seem to match his shiny black skin. Wings of Death is more suitable. Although his skin is black, his heart is holy and bright, just like the people of the Midsummer Islands. Black girl Ko Jia looked up at the sky, her eyes blurred with admiration. That's true. Looking down at his black jade-like skin, Captain Cthulhu couldn't help but nod in agreement. The people at the docks were shocked and in an uproar. The holy dragon of light in the sky continued, the Black White House lives up to its name. Under the leadership of the High Priest of the God of Thousand Faces, the negotiations have been completed in front of the Black White House. Finished so quickly? Black Girl was shocked. Sigh, after experiencing the pain brought by Wings of Death, how could the negotiations not be fast? Even if Dragon Queen proposed an unfair treaty, Bravos would have to agree immediately. The Black Captain sighed. The radiant holy dragon's majestic voice reverberated throughout the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf. There are only 4 conditions. First, the Dragon Queen will deposit the gold from Slave Bay into the Iron Treasury, and the Iron Treasury will charge a 13% service fee. This. Cthulhu was confused. This is too reasonable. The people of Bravos took the initiative to admit defeat, so Dragon Queen should take the opportunity. Second, Dragon Queen will buy at least 50 million gold royals worth of grain from the Iron Treasury at 130% of the current grain price. The delivery will be completed in 5 years. Holy Dragon of Light threw another bomb into the crowd at the docks. 50 million? Oh gods, how much is that? How much grain? Is Dragon Queen crazy? The merchants cried out in shock. Wings of Death, why is Dragon Queen buying grain? A brave sailor climbed up the mast and shouted at Black. Whoosh, Big Black swooped down and whizzed past the sailor's head, causing the crowd below to cry out in alarm. Then, the black dragon began to circle around the large ship and roared, "Seaman, what did you call me? I am the holy light, I am the holy dragon of light, the emissary of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danilis, the great guardian of light of the Church of the Seven Gods of Slave Bay. Could it be that you want to awaken Deathwing?" Blackie's loud and sonorous voice slowly became low, and the already dark sky seemed to be even more cloudy. "No, holy light, spare my life, holy dragon is merciful, I was wrong." The sailor hugged the mast and howled. The warm liquid soaked through his gray linen trousers and dripped onto the deck from the sky. It then drifted into the mouth of the first mate who was looking up at the sky. No mercy. The holy dragon seemed to have truly transformed into a demonic dragon. It extended its claws, and when it swooped down at a low altitude, it pinched the sailor between its claws. Gotcha, the masts on the top floor were all broken. The sailor who was held in the demonic dragon's claws was scared out of his wits, and could only use all his strength to howl loudly. "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, I will punish you," the demonic dragon said fiercely. The sailor peed and shit flew everywhere. His consciousness was blurred, and he could only remember to howl. The demonic dragon is going to eat people. The sailors and merchants at the dock cried out in shock. Hiss, Blackie's roar was like thunder, and it was frightening. "Seaman, you have 2 choices, either answer one of my questions, or I throw you from the sky into the sea." The demonic dragon doesn't eat people," a sailor at the dock said disappointedly. "Damn it, lower your voice, that's not Deathwing, not demonic dragon, it's holy light, the holy megalosaurus, the holy dragon of light. Don't call the wrong name," his companion said nervously. "I have a riddle, listen carefully." The holy dragon Big Black's voice rumbled. "It's fat and fat, doesn't like to clean or bathe, and everyone says it's lazy, sleeping after eating and drinking. What is it?" Ah! The sailor rolled his eyes and screamed involuntarily. Pig, pig! The sailors, merchants, and citizens at the dock stamped their feet and beat their chests. They wanted to shout out loud and show the holy dragon their wisdom. Stupid pig, you don't even know this. The holy dragon Big Black snorted, and threw the sailor from the sky. He was about 50 meters away, and fell near the ship while screaming. Immediately, the sailors on the same ship jumped into the sea and pulled him up to the deck. He's still breathing. Seeing the sailor's eyes roll back and his chest rise and fall violently, the people on the ship sighed in relief. I am the dragon god, and my words are like a mountain. If I say I'm no longer Deathwing, then I'm no longer. As for food, the holy dragon Big Black sighed. The people were surprised. Did they hear the sentiments of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Then, they heard the holy dragon Big Black start to talk about the appearance of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall and the coming of the eternal night. Is that true? The people at the dock were stunned, as if they had seen a crazy dragon. With the way the devil dragon and the holy dragon changed identities back and forth, it did not seem excessive to call him the mad dragon. Could it be that it was the same as the mad blood passed down in the Targaryen ancestors, that the eldest son of the dragon mother had also inherited her mad blood? Through Big Black's eyes, Dany saw the reaction of the people below, and muttered in her heart, could this be the legendary great calamity of the world? Everyone's clear minds have been clouded by the calamity aura, and become stupid and dull. However, she had already expected the reactions of the people, so she deliberately used this as a pretext to make a fuss, and made up an eye-catching legend of the Holy Dragon and the Sailor. Too many shocking events had happened in Braavos in the past 2 days. If she talked about the eternal night in a dull manner, the people's attention would be taken away by more exciting melons. For example, the death of the Sea King, the coup in Braavos, the annihilation of the Parliament, the Devil Dragon's disappearance, the Devil Dragon's words, the meteorites falling from the sky, the fire of the Purple Harbor, the Black and White School's attack. It seemed that these melons were bigger and sweeter than the illusory eternal night. After all, everyone had listened to the prophecies of Yasuo, Ahai, and the eternal night for thousands of years, and they were numb and tired of it. Therefore, she should use a more exciting and more legendary story of the Holy Dragon's riddle to promote the eternal night. Mentioning the hot search terms sailor, Holy Dragon's face, riddle, and pig could also spread the news of the eternal night. The Holy Dragon Big Black began to cosplay as the Buddha in Journey to the West, and its voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, with a strange sense of mercy and compassion, echoing in the new fields of tens of thousands of people at the docks. I am the Dragon God, and I have crossed the timeline and seen the future, where there is no place for you. Braavos and all the other cities in the world will be covered in ice and snow in the eternal night, and the people will starve for thousands of miles, and the city will be like hell on earth. This is the secret of heaven, this is fate, and those who reveal it will be punished by heaven. However, I am the merciful Holy Dragon of Light, and I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer. Today, I am willing to bear the calamity of 10 fates, and I advise everyone to put down the golden dragon and become farmers, pick up the hoe and plant sweet potatoes. 7 gods above, good indeed, good indeed. Silence filled the docks, and no one spoke for a long time. Only the melodious sound of the bell came from the distant tower, and made the atmosphere inexplicably sacred. The black dragon in the sky seemed to be covered in a layer of holy golden light, and its body also became so huge that it covered the sky, as if a merciful God was looking at them from the heavens. The people of the other world who were facing the Buddha for the first time didn't know how to react. They looked at each other, and their eyes were blank, and they didn't know what to do. There was an indescribable sense of absurdity and warmth in their hearts. Will there really be a long night? Cthulhu suddenly shouted. Ah, Laurel Wind! Big Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly recognized the familiar black captain below. He circled above Laurel Wind, and changed his tone again. From the Buddha to Smog, and his voice was low with a hint of evil. It's Captain Cthulhu. I remember you. That year, in Cthulhu, I drew a picture of you. Big Black said with an evil voice, and his cadence was like a poem. It was as if he was reciting a poem full of emotions, which made the bones of the people below go soft. Ah, Father, the holy dragon recognized us. Black girl Ko Jia screamed crazily. Kuhula's face was also red, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk. He had never been so proud of being recognized like this, and he wanted to announce to the world, "Did you see me? Holy Dragon of Light, Wings of Death, BB, you recognize me. Stop running ships, go home, the long night is coming. My eyes can see through time and space, and I can see the dark power stirring in the land of eternal winter." Big Black sighed with a melodious tone. Then he raised his body, and his voice spread in all directions. "The third treaty, Bravos will rent 80 large ships of more than 400 tons from the Mother of Dragons at cost price for 2 years, and the Mother of Dragons has the right to renew the lease. The fourth treaty, the Mother of Dragons and Bravos will jointly acknowledge the rebellion of Copernicus Arathorn, and all the sins will be blamed on her. The Sea King brother Felik did not violate the oath, and also followed the tradition of the guest's rights, and tried his best to protect the guest, the Mother of Dragons. This is a sacred contract witnessed by the gods, good. After saying that, the black dragon circled in the sky, flicked his tail lightly, and broke through the thick fog, disappearing into the horizon. "Hey, don't go, I haven't." Kuhulu suddenly came to his senses, and reached out to grab at the air a few times, and muttered regretfully, "I didn't even have time to answer, why did the holy dragon leave, just these 4? So simple." Ko Jia had a strange expression. What are the people of Bravos thinking? The Mother of Dragons didn't make any unfair terms, why did they have to make such a fuss? Just the loss of the Purple Harbor alone is more than 5 million gold royals, right? The black captain shook his head, and sighed, "It has nothing to do with the terms. The Mother of Dragons is standing against a collapsing wall, and those who are hostile to her can't help but want to push down the wall and kill her. If not for the treaty of ceding land and paying reparations, I would suspect that she is deliberately fishing. It was not that Bravos did not pay reparations, but they said it in a different way. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen agree to the 4th clause, and acknowledge the Copernicus coup? Acknowledging the Copernicus coup meant that Bravos did not violate the oath, and did not violate the guest's rights. In the future, when faced with the world's criticism and ridicule, the people of Bravos would have a reason to loudly declare that they did their best, that they did their best to fulfill the oath, that they did their best to protect the guest, but that there was a traitor in the family, and they could not do anything. The money that the people of Bravos gave the Dragon Queen to keep her mouth shut was the 80 giant ships, each with a load of more than 400 tons, equipped with 4,000 experienced sailors, and 80 captains familiar with the Trembling Sea, the Narrow Sea, and the Summer Sea. And the 80 ships were not empty, they were all filled with supplies: wool, cotton, barley, cheese, butter, sausages, animal tendons, horseshoes, more than 40,000 tons of supplies. And all this only cost the Dragon Queen 200,000 gold royals. The 200,000 gold royals were not paid to the people of Bravos, but the wages of the 4,000 sailors and the 80 captains for the next 2 years, as well as the maintenance of the 80 ships. In addition, there were some small conditions, such as giving Gerald a tile steel sword, or asking for a dragon egg. No, it was sent to Volantis. But the people of Bravos promised to buy a stone egg for Danny in the future. Chapter 397. The second negotiation took place in front of the gate of the Black and White House. Little White put Gerald Dane on the island, and Danny did not show up. Then, Blackie informed Bizarro and the Kind Man of the new negotiation location. They were a little shocked, they did not expect the Dragon Queen to go to the Black and White House. The 3 quickly reached 4 agreements. The first 2 were very fair. The gold royals from Slave Bay would be deposited into the Iron Treasury, and the handling fee would be reduced from 13.5% to 13%. The Iron Treasury would act as a middleman for the grain, and the price of grain would rise by 30% above the highest price, which was the Iron Treasury's commission. Of course, they could earn more or less, it all depended on the Iron Treasury's methods. They only needed to give enough grain to the Dragon Queen 5 years later. Danny did not expect to receive any grain. The long night was coming. Who would sell the life-saving grain? The Iron Treasury would encourage the people of the Western continent to grow grain in the next 5 years. Just like Guanzhong buying deer to defeat Chu, Danny's goal would be achieved. As for the benefits, it would probably only give Danny peace of mind. Knowing that the long night was coming, she would do her best to save people. Not mentioning how much she could save, she had a clear conscience. The last 2 terms were the result of a compromise between the 2 sides. The Dragon Queen received a large fleet for free. A ready-made fleet and tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Bravos tried to reduce the risk of breaking the oath and violating the guests' rights. At the same time, they received the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. She would no longer send her eldest son to fall from the sky and chat about daily life in the sky of Bravos. At the end of the negotiation, the people of Bravos escorted the leaders of the coup, including Copernicus and Cantona, who were bruised and covered in dirt, to let the wings of death judge them. They would be sprayed with dragon flames to vent for the Dragon Queen. Danny refused. Mother said that this is the internal affairs of Bravos, she will not interfere. And Copernicus's father, old Arathorn, once invited her to a meal, so she has to forgive Sir Copernicus. If possible, let him continue to be the Sea King, Dahe said in a rumbling voice as it flew in the air. Copernicus, who had been ashen-faced, immediately came back to life. He knelt on the ground and thanked the Dragon Queen for sparing his life. He also talked about his friendship with little Danny when he was young. They had a meal together. Finally, he made a sincere promise that as long as he was the Sea King, he would strive to maintain the traditional friendship between Bravos and Targaryen. Even Gerard Dane was disgusted, not to mention Bersalo and the Kind Man. After signing the agreement, Big Black flew to Slaver's Bay, Little White returned to Dragonstone Island, and Gerald Dane would lead the fleet to the East Sea. That night, Dragonstone Island, in the drawing room at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. It was a circular room with 4 tall, narrow windows facing east, west, north and south. There was a strangely shaped long wooden table in the room. A detailed map of the 7 kingdoms was carved on the table. It was almost a miniature Westeros of the same scale. A map table was 15 meters long. At the location of Dragonstone Island on the map, there was a seat overlooking the entire map. Aegon had sat here to think about his plan to conquer the western continent. That's more or less it. Danny sat at the head of the table and told Barristan what had happened in Bravos. There were only the 2 of them in the huge room. Danny was still a spiritual projection. In reality, Barristan was alone. Can Big Black really speak? Barristan thought carefully for a while, still in disbelief. After swallowing the rat chef, his vocal cords seemed to have evolved. Not only can he speak, but he can also produce complex and varied tones. It's very strange. Danny thought about how she used Big Black's mouth to switch between Smaug, the holy megalosaurus and the Buddha. She could not help but laugh strangely. I'm afraid that the people of Bravos will not give up on revenge. White Knight said worriedly. If they want to take revenge on me, they will have to survive the long night first. Danny sneered. Barristan thought for a while and said, since Big Black can speak, let him walk around the City of Knowledge and the King's Landing. In the past 10 days since we took down Dragonstone Island, the City of Knowledge has not stopped. Almost every day, there are messenger crows spreading rumors about you to the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Today, they say that you violated the rights of a guest. Tomorrow, they say that you studied evil blood witchcraft and are a witch. The day after tomorrow, they say that you inherited the mad blood of King Aerys and are the Mad King II. The old knight carefully observed Danny's expression. Seeing that she was only smiling and not angry, he continued. The day after tomorrow, they say that you are full of lies and that you are trying to use deviant ghosts to distract the nobles of the 7 kingdoms so that the Iron Throne will overlook the fact that Targaryen has returned to the Westeros. Yes, Barristan informed the City of Knowledge and the 7 kingdoms about the deviant ghosts, but no one believed him. Some scholars in the City of Knowledge even claimed that the Dr. Barristan of the Great Wall was a fake, and that the real doctor was killed by you during the rebellion in the City of Knowledge. Yes, that fake doctor was actually Scholar Yimont in disguise. Ugh, they can even say such things. The City of Knowledge is completely shameless. Danny's mouth twitched. Sigh, if the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest is proven to be true, not to mention face, even survival will become difficult. They dare to send messenger crows to Dragonstone Island and speak ill of me to my face? Danny asked suspiciously. Not at all. Barristan suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, you have no idea how much the people of the Seven Kingdoms love you. If the City of Knowledge makes any strange movements, countless messenger crows will immediately fly from all over the Seven Kingdoms to report the rebellious actions of the City of Knowledge to you. Oh, what do you mean? Danny was interested. The second day after you left, Count Duran Baraman of Sharphorn City of Marseille's Cape came to Dragonstone Island, intending to pledge his loyalty to you. There was only a narrow waterway between Dragonstone Island and Marseille's Cape, known as the Throat. The Throat was the exit of Blackwater Bay. If she could obtain the loyalty of Sharphorn City, then Danny might be able to seal off the Throat and prevent trade between the King's Landing and the other side of the narrow waterway. And Baraman of Sharphorn City was not only a noble, he was also one of the few direct vassals of Dragonstone Island. Did you forget that at the Great Wall, Stannis' army had a blue swordfish flag? Danny said hesitantly. The blue swordfish was the insignia of the Count of Sharphorn City. Yes, Count Duran's uncle joined Stannis' army and went to the Great Wall, but this does not affect Sharphorn City's loyalty to you. I don't want his loyalty. The more territory, the greater the responsibility. Danny said. I understand. Barristan nodded. Other than Count Duran, there were many other nobles who sent letters to discuss their loyalty. The King's Landing, Hajien, Dorne, the Valley. There might be spies from the Iron Throne among them. But you did not intend to conquer the Westeros immediately, so I rejected all the nobles' offers to pledge their allegiance. I also explained your plan to them one by one. You will not fight for the Iron Throne before the next summer. Also, if someone really ends the long night, you will also pledge your allegiance to him. Danny waved her hand. I will not pledge my allegiance. The Duke of Dragonstone Island will be passed to my descendants. She did not even want the Iron Throne, how could she become a vassal of the Westeros? Speaking of descendants. Barristan asked hesitantly. Since you know that the kingdom needs descendants to inherit it, why did you reject Count Sitiga's marriage plan? I feel that heiress Sitiga is not bad. He is capable and good-looking. His family background is also worthy of you. Most importantly, he values honor and is a qualified knight. Just because his name is Eris, he was eliminated in the first round. Danny gave a strange smile. Ugh, this reason is too. Barristan's face twisted. I'm afraid Count Sitiga will not accept it. If I have to satisfy every vassal, then why should I be a queen? Sitiga is different. Barristan emphasized. Do you think I will sacrifice myself for Sitiga? Your Majesty, no one can force you to choose Sir Sitiga. Don't worry about this. If the long night cannot pass, there is no point in having 4 generations under one roof. After the long night, I am still young and have plenty of time. After that, Danny asked again, what's the reaction from the King's Landing? On the 3rd day after we took down Dragonstone Island, Kevin Lannister returned to the King's Landing and quickly took control of the Imperial Conference, replacing Cersei as the regent. He is currently trying to reach an understanding with House Tyrell. At the very least, the food from River Bend is being transported to the King's Landing along the Monde River. The High Court doesn't believe in the other ghosts? Danny frowned. Whether they believe it or not, the King's Landing is short of food. As long as the High Court wants to continue playing this game of power with Lannister, they can only transport food over. Otherwise, Tommen's rule will collapse and the Tyrell's previous investments will all go down the drain. After a pause, Barristan continued, actually, this is good too. Food is finally circulating in the 7 kingdoms. If the High Court is short of food, they will at least hurry up and plant another batch of food. Dany sighed. Now I understand why the Great Sparrow did not keep her promise and only bought 500,000 gold royals worth of food from the free cities. Continue. What else did Kevin do? He personally went to the great cathedral of Baelor to meet the Great Sparrow and persuade the church to support Tommen's rule. Dany nodded and praised, not bad. He really cleaned up the mess that Cersei made. With the army and food from River Bend and the church's support, if not for my sudden appearance, Tommen's throne would have been secured. Your Majesty, Kevin also considered your influence and sent a letter to Dragonstone Island as soon as he arrived at King's Landing. Barristan said strangely. Oh? Dany's interest was piqued and she quickly asked, what did he say? First, he promised to redeem Sir Rake. Yes, 5,000 gold royals, not one less. He also acknowledged Targaryen's ownership of Dragonstone Island. No matter who sits on the Iron Throne in the end, Dragonstone Island will always be the land of the Targaryens. Then, on behalf of Lannister and the Iron Throne, he accepted your promise to end the other ghosts as king. He also promised that after the chaos in Taimin is quelled and the sea route to the north is reopened, Casterly Rock will ship a batch of supplies from Lannister Harbor to the Shadow Tower. If you don't block the sea route, you will also ship a batch of refugees from King's Landing to the Great Wall as night watchers. But he asked you to abide by the oath you made at the Great Wall. You will not take the initiative to become enemies with any noble or king who supports the Great Wall. In other words, you can't attack the west and the areas under King's Landing's control. He has a good plan. He used this method to buy time and stabilize the chaotic situation in King's Landing. Dany sneered. Barristan nodded and sighed. I can see his purpose. He even knows that we can guess his purpose. But if you break the oath, he will only be happier. No matter how many messenger crows the City of Knowledge sends out, there are only a few nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who believe that you violated the guest's rights. Even Kevin said in his letter that he and Lannister both thought that the City of Knowledge was lying. In fact, the people of the Seven Kingdoms can't find a reason for you to go against the City of Knowledge. But the oath on the Great Wall is known by too many people. If you really become an oathbreaker, all your enemies will be overjoyed. Why should I break the oath? The one who ends the long night is king. If they can't do it, it will be useless even if Lannister can build an iron bucket. If they can do it, let them be king. Dany said with a faint smile. King's Landing was a huge problem. One touch and you would get shit on your hands. She didn't even want Sharphorn City, which was next to Dragonstone Island, so why would she get involved in that mess? Besides, even if Lannister was better at killing than Arya and really ended the long night, it didn't mean that Dany would give up on the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister. Barristan suddenly became serious and said, Your Majesty, Sir Kevin is very rational. The Iron Throne and Dragonstone Island won't be in conflict for the time being. But Cersei, that crazy woman, will be released soon. At that time. Chapter 398. Barristan explained, when Sir Kevin returned to King's Landing, the first thing he did was not to rescue Cersei. First, he tried to become the regent, then he resolved the conflict between Lannister, Tyrell, and Dragonstone Island, and then the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church. Only after he stabilized his power as the regent did he try to get Cersei out of the cathedral. Cersei is crazy. When she regains power over King's Landing, she may not be as considerate as Sir Kevin. We have to be careful. So what if Cersei is compared to Braavos? No matter how crazy she is, I can still make her wake up, Dany said coldly. The White Knight said, maybe not. Cersei, like Queen Marjorie, did not escape trial. She was only released on bail and will continue to be tried by the Church. Also, Queen Cersei admitted to having. At this point, the White Knight's face was full of shame, as if it was difficult to continue. In the end, under Dany's curious gaze, he stammered, Cersei had an affair with the White Knight, Osfriel, Kate, and Blake, the three brothers. Sigh, what kind of world is this? The White Knight stomped his feet and wailed. Dany was focusing on the wrong thing. The three brothers, speaking of which, why didn't I see such an exciting scene in Game of Thrones? Was she watching the edited version of Game of Thrones? I don't remember the Kate and Blake brothers being in the plot. Queen Cersei was charged with 4 crimes. 1. Infidelity, having an affair with her cousin, Lancel, Kate and Blake, and I don't know who. 2. Blasphemy, she ordered the Kate and Blake brothers to murder the Archbishop, who was the predecessor of the Great Sparrow. 3. Murder of King Robert. 4. Incest with Jaime, using her bastard son to occupy the Iron Throne that belonged to Theon Baela. Queen Cersei was very smart. She admitted to the first crime of infidelity, but refused to admit to the last 3. Infidelity did not take her life. The church would only sentence her to be paraded through the streets. Any one of the last 3 could consign her to eternal damnation. However, Lancel Lannister has already converted to the 7 gods. He was also involved in the assassination of the king. He has already told the Archbishop all his secrets. Your Majesty, do you remember Lancel? How could she forget the one-armed hero who put a hat on Jaime's head? Dany nodded. The one-armed commander of the beggar army was the big sparrow he took me to see. He was a very pious and promising young man. The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. What kind of future would a disabled person who was only 18 years old have if he was as old and dispirited as an 80-year-old? The previous archbishop was murdered because Lancel went to the Holy Cathedral to confess his sins. Cersei killed him to silence him. Obviously, Lancel also told the Big Sparrow the secret. Under normal circumstances, with both witnesses and evidence, Cersei would not be able to escape. Why did Cersei keep Lancel around and tell everyone about her bad deeds? If she wanted to silence someone, she should have killed Lancel. Killing the archbishop would not solve the root of the problem, Dany said. Maybe she couldn't find a chance. Lancel joined the congregation of the poor and has a large army of beggars around her. It's useless. Even if there are witnesses and evidence, Cersei can easily escape the trial, Dany said with a sigh. Oh, how so? The trial will be held in the Holy Cathedral. The nobles, the monks, and the people of King's Landing will all be witnesses. Lancel will definitely testify against Cersei in front of everyone. What else can Cersei do but use force to subdue the church? Trial by martial arts. Barristan was stunned as well. Trial by martial arts was the biggest loophole in the Westeros legal system. Or rather, it was a loophole that the people who made the law deliberately left for the nobles. Even if Robert was resurrected by the Lord of Light, he would not be able to convict his wife, let alone Lancel, as long as Cersei won the trial by martial arts. Trial by martial arts was a tradition of the Undulls. The Church of the Seven not only approved of the trial by martial arts, but also created an even more sacred Tournament of the Seven, a 7-person team that would hold a trial by martial arts. They believed that the 7 gods would decide who was the real sinner. What was more hilarious was that during the reign of Meg the Cruel, Meg rode a dragon and burned the Holy Cathedral, slaughtering the monks and the church's armed forces like pigs and dogs. In the end, Meg the Cruel won the Tournament of the Seven against the Knights of the Sword, the Sons of War. The 7 most powerful and devout Knights of the Sword all died in battle, and Meg won the Tournament of the Seven. Meg did not even ride a dragon. She rode a horse in the tournament, completely following the tradition of the Church of the Seven. It was hard to imagine how crazy the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven must have been. It was obvious that the church would be slapped in the face again. Cersei had an invincible existence under her command, the complete Magic Mountain. Even Dany did not have the confidence to defeat the true Magic Mountain in a one-on-one duel, much less the Big Sparrow who was lacking in talents. Thinking about this, Dany felt that the plot of Cersei blowing up the Holy Cathedral in Game of Thrones was a little illogical. Cersei had the confidence to clear her name through the normal way, so why did she, blowing up the Holy Cathedral and escaping the trial? It meant that her crime was confirmed. It was like a person who could win a lawsuit but ran away with innocence. Could it be that Cersei had also awakened the mad blood? The mad blood was not a gene, but a virus that was hidden on the Iron Throne. Anyone who sat on it would be infected. It was obvious that before becoming the king of the Westeros, the Targaryen had been passed down for at least 6,000 years. It was obvious that during the 6,000 years in Valeglia, the Targaryens were not crazy at all. Who would dare to go crazy in the face of the powerful Great Wizard and the 14 Fire Peak families? But once they ascended the Iron Throne, almost every generation of Targaryens would have someone awaken the mad blood gene. What was the reason for this? When is Cersei's parade? Dany suddenly asked with great interest. 3 days later in the morning. You want to see it? Barristan asked with a strange expression. You don't want to see the naked Empress Dowager? Cersei was known as the most beautiful woman in the world back then. No, I don't want to see it at all. Barristan hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay. You can ride Whitey there. Wear a pair of binoculars and go quietly. Dany encouraged. The old knight's face turned red and quickly changed the topic. After the dragon crystal is melted and poured into the mold, it cools and takes shape very quickly. If we focus on making arrowheads, we can produce at least 2,000 arrowheads a day. If we focus on making weapons, we can make about 100 short swords. It's still a little low. Arrange for people to go to King's Landing to recruit a group of blacksmiths and expand the production. Dragon crystal weapons were brittle and hard, and their lifespan was extremely short. When the night came, the consumption rate would be very fast. Oh, right. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that there was a very good blacksmith in King's Landing who had mastered the technique of recasting steel swords. Do you still remember Brittany's Oathkeeper sword? Yes, the House of Stark's Ice was recast by Tywin into 2 long swords, Joffrey's Widow's Howl and Brittany's Oathkeeper sword. The Widow's Howl, it's so fitting. Catelyn in the Red Wedding and Cersei in the Purple Wedding were both widows. They both let out the most desperate and sorrowful wails as mothers. Dany said with a strange expression. Your Majesty, you want to find Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott? Barristan asked in surprise. Tell Bronn that no matter what, he must invite Blacksmith Tobu to Dragonstone Island. I also need a set of tied head armor. Dany laughed. Chapter 399. Dany decided to go to King's Landing 3 days later to see Cersei's Mimi. Just as she was hesitating whether to send Whitey to be a bystander or send Blackie to chat with the people of King's Landing about the Empress Dowager's health, Marwyn, who was chewing on a piece of sour grass, contacted her urgently. Yes, it was Professor Marwyn from the City of Knowledge. He, Black's sister Larissa, and the 5th White Knight, Grey Iron, Garth Hyder were all on Old Town's grain purchasing fleet. Every night Dany had 2 fixed tasks. First, she would give Kueishi a soul-cleansing true dragon roar. Then, she would use the glass candle to search for traces of Marwyn, One-Eyed Faceless, and Jia Kun for 3 minutes. As for the 2 Faceless, needless to say, Dany wished she could keep an eye on them at all times. It would be best if she could find all the Faceless strongholds. As for Marwyn, it was just a routine search. Most of the time, Dany could not find him because he was not online at all. Marwyn and Dany had an agreement. If there was an accident, he would activate the glass candle and contact her at a fixed time at night. After all, Hyder's grain purchasing fleet had dozens of ships, 3 million gold royals, and the magic books that Old Town had found in the City of Knowledge. If they were robbed by pirates, the loss would be huge. Her worries were not groundless. The Stone Steps Archipelago was the world's most notorious pirate den. It was the entrance to the Narrow Sea, which fed pirates from all over the world. Even Tai Min often went to the Stone Steps Archipelago to train his pirate skills. For example, Yu Luan had been a pirate on the Stone Steps Archipelago when you were young. Asha Greyjoy had also been on the Stone Steps Archipelago for 3 to 5 years. As soon as Hyder's fleet left the Summer Sea, they were targeted by pirates. In Old Town Old Town negotiated the price with the grain merchant on the other side of the narrow sea and confirmed the quantity of grain. Then, the grain purchasing fleet would transport the gold over. The grain merchant would then start to distribute the grain from the small merchants and farm owners. Once Hyder's gold was transported to Mir and Pentos, the trading princes of Mir and Pentos would also transfer the grain to the port. It was just in time to fulfill the last part of the contract in Mir and Pentos, one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. In other words, the news of Hathor transporting gold to the trading city-states had long spread throughout the narrow sea. Even the people of Bravos in the north knew about it. In fact, Hathor's large-scale purchase of grain had caused the price of grain to skyrocket by 5 times. During the day, Danny's spiritual projection and Jero were in Bravos. During the evening, Danny's spiritual projection and Baristan were on Dragonstone Island. At midnight, Danny's spiritual projection crossed 6,000 kilometers through the glass candle and arrived at the captain's cabin of the White Tower at the entrance of the narrow sea. Just like what Danny had said to Stannis that day, unlike some kings who had too much time on their hands and could only grind their teeth to pass the time, the Dragon Queen was really busy. "What's the situation?" Danny's voice was erratic, like a mobile phone with bad signal. It was not just her voice. Even her spiritual projection was a blurry silver-gray figure. It was like a 150-inch 8K LCD screen playing a low-resolution VCD. This was because the distance was too far. Danny had announced that she had gone to Bravos, but her real body had been hiding in Slaves Bay to comprehend the Song of Wind. There were only 3 people in the small captain's cabin. The bullneck Marvin, the embarrassed white knight Garth Hyder, and the magic apprentice Larissa. Marvin and Garth looked at each other. In the end, the white knight stepped forward and bowed. He said, "One day after leaving Sun Halberd City, there was a fast-paddling ship following behind us. It was just that Hyder's fleet was too large for the pirates to handle, so they did not attack immediately. When the fleet gets close to Broken Arm Corner, more and more pirates will surround us. There will definitely be a huge battle. How many ships do you have? How many sailors do you have?" Danny asked. "More than 100. Most of them are flat-bottomed sailing ships with a capacity of 200 tons. They are coastal cargo ships. The number of longships and warships with hammers does not exceed 10. The number of sailors is less than 2,000, the second son of the Hyder family said. If I came to save you, there would be no way to hide the fact that Count Hyder has sided with me, Danny said with a smile. On one hand, the old man of Old Town sought refuge with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future prosperity of his family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to immediately raise his flag against the Iron Throne, especially since his lord, Highcourt Tyrell, was on the side of Lannister. Garth remembered his father's request and could not help but lower his head in shame. He blushed and said, "My father has considered this. He asked you to pretend to be a pirate and hijack this fleet." "What?" Danny suspected that she was hearing things. She said uncertainly, "You asked me to rob you as a pirate?" Grey Iron, Garth's face turned as red as Monkey's butt. He mumbled, "Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. Everyone in the world knows that the Hyder family has ordered 3 million gold royals worth of food from the Free City. So, the pirates of the Narrow Sea swarmed over, intending to rob the ships of the gold royals. When you knew about this, you also—" I'm sorry." Garth could not continue. He closed his eyes and apologized awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. My father, even if he did not meet the pirates at the Stone Steps Archipelago, he would have asked you to stop the fleet at Blackwater Bay." "All right, I understand." Danny ended her night's embarrassing situation at the right time and comforted him. "You don't have to apologize. Count Hyder is only protecting the peace of Old Town and the hundreds of thousands of people in Hyder's territory from being affected by the war." "Your Majesty." Garth's blue eyes widened. He was very touched. 10,000 years ago, at the end of the First Era, there was a land bridge known as the Arm of Dorne that connected the Westeros Dorne and the disputed land of Ursos together. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros through the Wall of Dorne, the Green Prophet of the Children of the Forest joined forces to cast powerful magic. They shattered the land bridge, which was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long, into countless islands of different sizes, which became the Stone Steppes Archipelago today. The Stone Steppes Archipelago was located at the entrance of the Narrow Sea. Half of the world's sea trade ships would pass through here. With such a golden route, even Valeglia occupied one of the islands and built a free fortress Tarosi. One of the islands was called the Torture Abyss. It might not be the largest island, but it had a port comparable to Tarosi's. It was a hot afternoon at the Torture Abyss port. Blue sky, white clouds, and a warm northeast wind. Waves came from the shore, wave after wave, gently buffering the hull of the ship that was painted with a new brown paint. Woo woo woo, the bugle horn sounded at the port. The sailors busied themselves in the sun. Some twisted the lock and pulled the anchor out of the sea. Some sailors pulled up the white sails under the command of the first mate. Thousands of rowers put their oars into the sea and paddled the wooden oars rhythmically to the beat of the drums. 10 gigantic warships lined up at the port. The white sails were pulled up slowly, and they slowly sailed toward the vast sea outside the port. Hissed suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the sky. Then, the sailors on the deck felt a shadow slide over their heads. They looked up and saw a black dragon with a wingspan of more than 10 meters emerging from the white clouds. It flew over the heads of the 10 gigantic warships one by one. Ah, dragon, magic dragon! The sailors screamed crazily. It was unknown whether it was excitement, fear, or both. The mother of dragons is here. Quick, quick, set up the ballista. A captain on the bridge shouted hurriedly. Seeing that his subordinates were still greedily looking up at the megalosaurus, he stomped his feet anxiously and scolded, "What are you all doing? We're pirates. Someone like the mother of dragons won't even let a slave owner go. Why would she come here to look at the scenery? She's probably here to get rid of a scourge for the people. We're the scourge." Woo woo woo. Just then, a slow and drawn-out bugle call came from the flagship, followed by flag signal, "Do not act rashly, and do not do anything hostile. I am the eldest son of the mother dragon, Dany Rise." The black dragon's voice was loud, like a clap of thunder. It made the pirates below dizzy. Ah, a dragon can speak? The pirates were stunned. "I am the holy light, I am the mighty dragon of heaven, I am..." Blackie's title was now longer than his mother's. He spoke a long sentence in a dignified manner, not caring if the people below remembered it. "Is the pirate leader below Orion Visui?" Blackie the sky dragon began to get to the point. At this time, the warships that were preparing to leave the bay had stopped moving. When the rowers heard the megalosaurus voice, they put down their long oars and climbed out of their cabins to the deck, looking up in surprise. "I am Orion Visui, the great megalosaurus of the holy light, the mighty dragon of heaven. I am willing to serve Her Majesty Dany Rise. I am the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island. My father was the previous Count Valerian. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Targaryen." On the bridge of the flagship, a young man with shoulder-length silver hair waved his arms wildly at the sky as he shouted loudly. Without waiting for Blackie to say the purpose of this trip, the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island raised his hands in surrender. Even the Dragon Queen in Blackie's mind stopped working and was stunned. On the day they left the wall, Dany had spent a night on Tidehead Island. During that time, apart from talking about her experience on the wall, she also had a short conversation with the young Count Monterey. Monterey told the Dragon Queen that he was not the only son of Valerian. He had an adult illegitimate uncle, Orion Visui, who was leading Cersei's galleons as a pirate on the Stonesteppe Archipelago. He called himself the Visui King. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she wanted to call the illegitimate uncle back to serve her. Dany declined at the time. She felt that the illegitimate child of Tidehead Island had a terrible character and looked down on him. For the sake of 10 galleons, she did not want to disgust herself by having a scum who had betrayed his former master. Cersei had promoted him from an illegitimate child without a title to the Lord of the Navy. However, Orion had stabbed her in the back when she needed him the most. Not only did he fail to rescue Circe, who was trapped in the cathedral, he even led the royal fleet to escape. Even if Circe was her enemy, Danny could not like a subordinate who had betrayed his master. Just like how the arrogant Zhuge Kongming looked down on Wei Yan. However, the law of fragrance was just that powerful. Look, it had only been a week, and she was already anxiously looking for him. A week ago, the Dragon Queen, traitor, scram. Don't sully my eyes. A week later, the Dragon Queen, how fragrant. It was really fragrant. The Dragon Queen did not even need to personally appear. Her new subordinate easily completed the task of cleaning up the pirates and hijacking Hyder's fleet. After obtaining Circe's 10 super warships, Orion was practically the strongest pirate on the Stone Steppe archipelago. He had originally planned to rob Hyder's fleet. He had even contacted a group of pirates nearby and arranged a time and place for the robbery. 2 days later, a terrifying piece of news gradually spread from the Stone Steppe archipelago to the various cities. The newly risen pirate Dimensional Water King of the Torture Pool had submitted to the Dragon Queen. With the help of Wings of Death, he had swept through 10 nearby islands in a day. Dimensional Water King had originally teamed up with his allies to rob Hyder's fleet. The Dragon Queen had become the greatest pirate king on the Stone Steppe archipelago. One Piece Danny was officially online. Chapter 400. Danny had become the pirate queen. According to the standards of One Piece, she was at least one of the Yonko. Narrow Sea's little overlord. However, she did not expand her forces. She only cooperated with King Dimensional Water to clean up the pirates who wanted to rob Hyder's grain ships. She took in 30 to 40 broken ships, 10 islands, and 6 to 7,000 pirates. There should have been more pirates, but Dragon Queen did not really want to be the pirate queen. She needed good citizens. Accomplices could be let go, but the leader must be punished. In the open sea route ahead of Hyder's fleet, more than 10 fleets cut across the Blue Sea and approached King Dimensional Water's fleet. According to the original plan, when Hyder's fleet arrived, they would swarm over. Most of the pirates were paddling longships with colorful shells and sails. They had different flags. The bigger fleets had more than 10 ships, and the smaller fleets had 4 or 5 ships. They were all famous pirates of the Stone Steppes archipelago. Ordinary pirates only had 1 ship. When almost everyone had arrived, a horn sounded from the Duke Tywin. Blackie came out of the clouds and swooped down from the sky. Without saying anything, it spat out dragon flames and went on a killing spree. The blue sea surface was like a flat carpet, and the pirate ship was the decorative pattern on the carpet. The dragon flame was like a red-hot sword, held in the hand of the god, cutting back and forth on the blue carpet. The decorative patterns on the carpet were cut in half by the blade of God's punishment. The black smoke, the red fire, and the blood, the wailing of the soul, and the flesh, under Blackie's sneak attack, all the pirate leaders and their flagships were burned into floating torches. The pirate fleet had communicated with King Dimensional Water through flag signals. The pirate king must have been on the flagships that sent out the flag signals, and Blackie, who was hidden in the clouds, saw it clearly. I am the Wings of Death, the Terminator of Evil, the great mighty dragon of heaven. Another long list of names was announced, not caring if others remembered it. As pirates, you have committed heinous sins. However, Mother Dragon is virtuous and is willing to give you a chance to lay down your weapons and convert to the Holy Dragon. Kneel on the deck immediately and wait for General Dimensional Water to reorganize the fleet. Long live the Mother of Dragons, long live the Holy Light, long live the great mighty heavenly dragon. At the center of the battlefield, on the deck of the Dimensional Water fleet, which was safe and sound, there was a hubbub of voices and cheers. However, some pirates refused to believe it. Clearly, their pirate ship did not even have 2 dilapidated ballistas. It was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to the Holy Dragon. They still turned around and fled from the battlefield while shouting, "Prepare the ballistas and bows." The demonic dragon just launched a sneak attack. Don't be afraid. Not only did he use his mouth to shout, He also used flag signals to summon everyone to fight against the brutal demonic dragon and escape from this place. Then, Dahe swooped down close to the sea and approached the pirate ship from the blind spot of the ballista. The dragon flame burned through the hull of the ship like a hot knife cutting through butter. Boom! Another bonfire of smoke and blood rose from the sea. Who else? Big Black emerged from the billowing smoke on the burning ship, and the demonic shadow swept across the deck of the surviving battleships that were screaming in panic. Its thunderous roar resounded through the sky. We surrender. After killing the bird that stood out, the remaining arrogant vultures immediately became obedient quails. Then, the white dragon that had been hiding in the sky previously appeared. Well, Little White had been helping Dahe with the map. There were two main reasons why the Megalosaurus was killed. First, the ballista bolts came from the blind spot of the Megalosaurus's vision. Naturally, it would not dodge them. Third, the ballista bolts were too dense. Even if the Megalosaurus saw them, it would not be able to dodge them. The second level of the dragon spirit could solve the above problems to a certain extent. Although it was not 100%, it could at least solve 70% to 80% of the problems. Little White had a panoramic view of the battlefield near Dahe and had locked onto almost every ballista. Under the dynamic view, it could even see some of the ballista bolts flying towards Dahe. The second level of the dragon spirit could transmit all the scenes that Little White saw to Dahe. In this way, Dahe was like Leo in the Matrix, flying leisurely. Its body swayed left and right, and it easily dodged all the ballista bolts and some of the bows. Well, there were many archers. It was impossible to dodge all of them. However, as long as it was not shot in the eyes, Dahe's scales would at most shatter and 1 or 2 drops of hot dragon blood would spill. Well, it even imitated Smog's evil tone. This kind of defensive power was far worse than Smog's. Moreover, Dahe knew the distribution of firepower on the battlefield. He knew where there were more arrows and where there were fewer arrows. To put it simply, Dahe was not fighting alone. Danny and Little White were with him. One helped to open the map, and the other helped to design the tactics. Black Dragon was in an invincible state. Of course, if they were facing a regular navy, Danny would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. First of all, pirates often fought with ships. Otherwise, how could they rob? They did not have and did not need advanced dragon-slaying crossbows. Even the ballista only had 2 fixed at the bow and stern. Secondly, the pirate fleet did not have a battle formation. They were almost all in a straight line, or there was no formation at all. Therefore, during Dahe's attack, they could not support each other. When all the pirates surrendered, Little White landed and sent White Knight Barristan to the deck of the flagship of Dimensional Water King. White Knight would represent the Dragon Queen and carry out an honorable reorganization of this dishonorable fleet. Danny was not a real pirate king. Why would she need pirate followers? Under the true dragon flag, there was only a righteous army. Including the 6,000 Westeros navy under the command of Dimensional Water King, all the pirates recruited from the Stone Steps archipelago would be reorganized. Under the leadership of the only true knight of the 7 kingdoms, Barristan, they would be transformed into a royal navy with great chivalry. Yes, although Dimensional Water King's fleet only had 10 galleons, there were 6,000 sailors serving on them. The number was more than the number of sailors in Hyder and Gerald Dane's fleet. Because they were the royal navy that led the Iron Throne. Not only did they have sailors who rowed and steered, but they also had professional archers, sword-shield soldiers on deck, and armored assault soldiers. They were mercenary knights, bankrupt farmers, poachers, and thieves from the royal territory and the Stormlands. Many of them should have been sent to the Great Wall as night watchmen, but Dimensional Water King stopped them midway and made them sailors. Danny had to admit that the illegitimate son of Tidal Island was quite capable. In less than half a year, not only did he build 10 galleons from scratch, he was also able to take over Cersei's royal navy. The 10 galleons betrayed Cersei and the Iron Throne with him. From the glorious royal soldiers, they became pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago. This guy's charisma and personal ability were stronger than Song Jiang's. When Song Jiang recruited people, he often destroyed their families and forced them to go to Liangshan when they had nowhere else to go. Dimensional Water Kings seduced Cersei while supervising the construction of the galleons, rebuilding the Royal Navy, fighting for power with Grand Scholar Pycelle. Pycelle always wanted to stop Dimensional Water from controlling the Navy, and also winning over the hearts of his subordinates. Unfortunately, Orion Dimensional Water's character was not good and could not be trusted completely. The Dragon Queen seemed to have really become Zhuge Kongming and really treated Dimensional Water King as Wei Yan. Alright, the Dragon Queen was slightly better than Zhuge Kongming. At least she would not be like Kongming, who would say, Dimensional Water has a rebellious bone behind his head. He will definitely be disloyal in the future. Be careful, be careful. She even said it in front of Wei Yan. On the contrary, that night, during the meeting where all the captains were gathered, she even used a spiritual projection to disguise her true body. She pointed at the bastard of Tidehead Island sincerely and said to everyone, "This is Valerian, who has the same bloodline as my ancestor. Valerian, a loyal subject of Targaryen for generations. Sir Orion, the representative of Tidehead Island, is naturally my most trusted subject." Dimensional Water was so emotional that he shed tears on the spot. Targaryen of Dragonstone Island, Valerian of Tidehead Island, Setiga of Crab Island, and all the knights from the Royal Domain and the Stormlands. This scene was almost like yesterday, exactly the same as when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. We will also walk the path of glory of our ancestors. No, our goal is even greater. The Westeros are definitely not our limit. So, we cannot continue to be pirates. Pirates are destroyers, not rulers. We will never be able to conquer the world. So, our team must be reformed. Sir Barristan, the noblest White Knight, the only Grand Knight with pure chivalry left in today's Westeros, will lead everyone to glory and create glory. What do you think? The Dragon Queen looked at Dimensional Water with a trusting gaze. Your Majesty is right, very right. We cannot be pirates. We are the Royal Navy under the Queen. Orion nodded. Then, the Honorable Barristan, as everyone expected, became the head of the pirates. Then, the mission of robbing Hyder's fleet was handed over to the White Knight. Before the old knight complained with a conflicted expression, Dany gave him another less honorable mission. I am not at ease with Orion. The 10 captains on Cersei's ship, do not touch them. Choose a group of pirates who you think are the most righteous and honorable. Train them well. Then, find a chance to assign them to the captured pirate ships. They will be the captain, first mate, second mate or navigator. Slowly dilute Orion's influence in the Royal Navy. Then, without giving the old knight any time to react, Blackie took off and she disappeared. The pirates thought that she had left on a dragon. I can't do it. The White Knight stood in a daze, muttering in a daze. Blackie did not return to Slaver's Bay. With the addition of the Royal Navy on the Stone Steps Archipelago, Whitey's mission became even more arduous. Every other day, it would fly back and forth between Dragonstone Island and the Torture Abyss. The mission of observing Mimi the Color Queen could only be completed by Blackie. 5 days ago, in the great cathedral of Baylor. Stone prison. Uncle and niece sat facing each other. I have no idea what you are thinking. Sir Kevin looked at his haggard niece in linen clothes. The sharpness in his blue eyes was slowly replaced by helplessness and exhaustion. Didn't the scholar teach you history? Actually, even without the scholar's teaching, you should know about the rebellion of the church during Meg I's time. Meg had a dragon and an army of 100,000, but he was still badly battered by the church's armed forces. Where did you get the confidence to be more? In order to defeat the church's armed forces, he rode a dragon and set the great cathedral on fire. He put a bounty on the head of the son of war at the price of 1 gold royal per scalp. In terms of brutality, in terms of strength, in terms of wisdom, which part of you can compare to him? It was not easy for Targaryen to suppress the power of the church, so that the archbishop could no longer interfere with the kingdom's political power, but you. He slapped his forehead and groaned, "Seven gods above, I never thought that stupidity would have no limit. I saved 1,000,000 gold royals for the Iron Throne." Cersei retorted. She definitely won't be able to take it. Otherwise, why would she ask for moon tea from Pycelle? Kevin said casually, "You also said that the age gap is too big. It's natural for her to be unable to take it. If Marjorie can drink moon tea, it means that she won't give birth to a bastard child for Tommen. Life doesn't go as planned. Just bear with it, and it will be over." Tommen's expression was wooden. "Second Grandpa, is this something a human would say? Why can't you bear it?" "Humph, how do you know that Marjorie won't give birth to a bastard child?" Cersei raised her chin slightly and felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Looking at his niece's mocking and smug smile, Kevin realized that the person in front of him was an expert, a senior. Stealing a man, giving birth to a bastard child, murdering her own husband, and giving birth to a bastard child to usurp the throne. The combination of the Poison Queen moves was very smooth. Sir Kevin said earnestly, "But we can't do without the support of the High Court now, especially when Targaryen appears in the Westeros again. Dany Rise has a dragon. Let's not talk about the fact that Marjorie hasn't given birth to a bastard child. Even if she does give birth to 8 or 10 bastards, Tommen, you, me, and all the Lannister will happily acknowledge them. Anyway, Tommen's surname is Byra, Theon. Our Lannister is not that embarrassing." "Uncle, what are you talking about? In a game of power, you either lose or win. There is no middle ground, no compromise." Cersei said angrily. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Sir Kevin raised his voice and asked, "Dany Rise Targaryen is back. She has a dragon, understand? With the power of the Lannister family alone, Tommen won't be able to sit on the Iron Throne. Understand? Our real enemy is the Targaryens. Understand? Dany Rise." Cersei chewed on this name repeatedly as if she was chewing gum. She started to suspect the identity of the woman in the prophecy. "Is Dany Rise beautiful? Is she as beautiful as me?" she asked without rhyme or reason. Sir Kevin was confused. "What?" he asked in confusion. "Is Dany Rise as beautiful as me?" Cersei asked again. "Are you crazy?" Sir Kevin widened his eyes in horror. It was as if the woman in front of him had suddenly turned into a terrifying monster that he had never seen before. "Could it be that I guessed wrongly? The woman who is younger and more beautiful than me and who took away everything that I cherish is not Marjorie, but Dany Rise?" Cersei looked at her uncle in a daze. She muttered something that Kevin did not understand. "Dany Rise will not conquer the King's Landing immediately. She has made a sacred oath to the vassals of the world, the one who ends the long night shall be king. So you don't have to worry about the mystic dragon burning the King's Landing. Targaryen is a threat, but only a threat in the future. Don't worry, don't be afraid, don't be crazy." Sir Kevin was a little scared and tried to comfort her. Cersei came back to her senses and understood her uncle's words. She sneered, "You believe a woman's words? I dare say that the little bitch is secretly building a huge navy. She will first use lies to make us lower our guard, then use Dragonstone Island as a bridgehead to bring the army across the narrow sea and directly take the King's Landing. With my intelligence, I would do the same, but you don't understand." Cersei shook her head gently and sighed. Sir Kevin glared at her and said, "The Dragon Queen's reputation is very good. Now everyone says that Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She has never broken an oath in the past few years, let alone a sacred oath. Targaryen's words are like a mountain. She really knows how to flatter herself. That woman said it herself, right?" Cersei smiled contemptuously. "You think I'm stupid? It's useless to say anything these days. It depends on what she does." Sir Kevin's eyes flashed with admiration. He sighed and said, "Don't doubt it. Lannister has people on the Great Wall. Her every move is written in reports and sent to Casterly Rock by messenger crows. I can swear that she is definitely a true Night Queen who cherishes her people, is righteous and trustworthy, and is brave and fearless. Are you crazy? Cersei exclaimed as if she had suddenly seen a big monster. Know your enemy and acknowledge her nobility. Only then can you defeat her. Sir Kevin looked directly into Cersei's eyes and said word by word. During the War of the Four Kings, your father personally admitted that compared to the young Wolf Master's bold and unrestrained style, his art of war and experience were somewhat out of place. Thus, he avoided direct confrontation and defeated the enemy in the field that he was best at, but the young Wolf Master was not. Alright, tell me, what is the field that Dany Rise is not good at, but you are good at? Cersei curled her lips and said. Sir Kevin's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, she is very brave and very responsible. Let the deviants take her away. What are you talking about? Cersei rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, only the most ignorant village woman would believe that verbal curses are useful. I also want to let the deviants take Marjorie away, but that bitch is sitting by the warm fireplace of the Red Keep, drinking and laughing happily. Sir Kevin pressed between his eyebrows. Talking to his stupid and crazy niece made him feel very tired. At the same time, he missed his smart and decisive elder brother more and more. How could such a great person die in a latrine pit? Damn Tyrion. Sighing in his heart, the old dog of the Lion family forced himself to be alert and said, Marjorie is not in the Red Keep. Tommen and Pycelle are also not in the Red Keep. Where did they go? Cersei asked in surprise. I sent a letter to Dragonstone Island, representing Lannister and the Iron Throne to acknowledge the agreement of the one who ends the long night shall be king. I also hope to form a united front against ghosts with Dragonstone Island to ensure that the King's Landing will not be invaded by the Mystic Dragon. However, the Dragon Queen has not replied to my letter yet. The Red Keep is in danger of being burned by the Dragon Flame. We have to change places every day to avoid being attacked by the Mystic Dragon. At this point, Kevin's expression became strange. In a way, you are safest in the great cathedral of Baelor. The Dragon Queen is a devout disciple of the Seven Gods. She will not burn down the great cathedral. Why don't you? Before her uncle finished his rotten idea, Cersei waved her hand and interrupted him. She said in a firm tone. I would rather sit on the Iron Throne and be burned to ashes by the dragon flame than rot in a cold and damp dungeon. Cersei, you can no longer sit on the Iron Throne. No matter what the outcome of the trial is, your reign is over. I will be the regent until Tommen comes of age. Sir Kevin crossed his fingers and leaned back on the wooden chair. He stared at the woman opposite him, carefully observing his niece's reaction. I am the Empress Dowager. You should serve me, just like how you served my father, not replace me. Cersei clenched her fists and glared at her uncle. You admitted to the Great Sparrow that you were unfaithful and had an affair. The church wants you to atone for your sins by parading through the city, naked. Kevin turned his head away, as if he could not bear to look at his niece's twisted and miserable face. No, never, Cersei pleaded weakly like a helpless child. Uncle, you have to reject the Great Sparrow's rude request. He is humiliating me, humiliating Lannister, humiliating the king, humiliating the Iron Throne, and humiliating this country. Cersei, you cannot represent this country, Sir Kevin sighed. Do you remember what Tywin arranged for you when he was alive? Arranged? Cersei was stunned for a moment before she shook her head frantically. No, I will not marry again. I am Tommen's mother, the Empress Dowager. I will not leave the Red Keep, I will not leave the King's Landing. The women in this world were sad. Even someone as strong and crazy as Cersei did not live a happy life. When she was young, she could not help but marry Robert, she did not like Robert. When she was a queen, she was abused by Robert every day. After she killed Robert, she was ready to be a carefree Empress Dowager, but Tywin immediately wanted to marry her. Chapter 402. Tywin had arranged many marriage partners for Cersei. the twins of Count Redwyn of Green Pavilion Island, Theon Greyjoy, Quentin Martell, Villa Tyrell, Balon Greyjoy, most of them were young men. Cersei was in luck. Among them, Villa Tyrell was the best. He was the heir of the Duke of Highgarden and the elder brother of Little Rose. If the marriage was successful, Cersei would be her daughter-in-law's sister-in-law. Unfortunately, Old Rose of Highgarden thought that Cersei was a slut and not worthy of her grandson. Old Rose had her eyes on Sansa, so she rejected Tywin. If Theon had not become a eunuch, he would have been a good choice. Then there was King Balon. Balon and Theon were father and son, but they were both Cersei's matchmaking partners. For his daughter's marriage, Tywin was too generous. Actually, King Balon's wife was not dead. Even if Balon was dead, his wife was still alive. However, King Balon controlled the powerful Iron Fleet. The value of marriage was too high. Although Cersei did not lack young, strong, and handsome male companions, and was unwilling to give up the luxurious life of King's Landing, her resistance was powerless in front of Duke Tywin. If Tywin was not dead, Cersei would have been engaged to King Balon. Other than Villa Tyrell, Balon's marriage was the most valuable. Cersei, have you forgotten what your father told you? It is your responsibility to stabilize Tommen's rule through marriage. I will not mention the sacrifice for Lannister. You have always said that you love Tommen. Even if it is for him, you are not willing to compromise. Cersei's expression was uncertain. To be honest, your market is not good. You will be paraded in 5 days. The people of the Seven Kingdoms will know that you betrayed your marriage. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who have seen your body. It's really not easy for someone to be willing to marry you. Kevin advised earnestly. Anger and fear flashed in Cersei's big blue eyes. She said weakly, Tommen won't let me leave him. Facing his niece's final struggle, Sir Kevin made up his mind and said directly, Tommen is still underage and can't participate in the meeting. I am the regent, and I have appointed Mace Tyrell as Hand of the King. Grand Maester Pycelle and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Harys Swyver, will remain at the Imperial Council. Pycelle Redwyne will take over as Admiral, and Randall Tarley will be the judge. Do you understand? They are all my men. Either you fail to pass the trial of the Church, and if you are convicted of any crime of deicide or regicide, you will repent under the supervision of the Church for the rest of your life. Either you win the trial by martial arts and regain your freedom, then leave King's Landing and get married, or return to Casterly Rock to live alone. Sir Kevin gave his niece an ultimatum. Deicide and regicide. Cersei laughed sarcastically. Why is there no incest? If I am convicted of incest, you will no longer be the regent. If Cersei was convicted of incest, Tommen's crown would lose its legitimacy. Tommen's status as king would be illegal, and Regent Kevin would become a traitor. Do you want Tommen to die? Kevin said coldly. To tell you the truth, your madness won't do you any good. The one who accused you of incest is Stannis. The person the Great Sparrow hates the most right now is not you, nor Dany Alice, but the heretic who converted to the Red God. He has no intention of hearing his accusation. This was the real reason Cersei was set free. Lancel had told the Great Sparrow the color of Cersei's underwear, so the Great Sparrow was certain that Tommen was not Robert's son. But he could not judge the matter at all. If Tommen was a bastard, then Stannis would be the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne. At this time, Targaryen's jurisprudence was lower than that of Theon Byra. Just as in the late Western Han, the descendants of the first emperor of Qin did not have as much jurisprudence as the old House of Lu. The dynasty had changed. I want you dead, Cersei cursed her uncle viciously. I want you to die and be captured by the others. Balon is dead. He died before his wife. You don't have to marry him. Kevin did not react to his niece's curse, but the warmth in his words was gone. Euloin Greyjoy is now the heir to the throne of the Sea Stone, he said coldly. Tywin is powerful. He controls Carlin Bay in the north and harasses the north. He takes the Shield Islands in the south and plunders the villages along the river. Although Lannister Harbor hasn't been harassed, no one can be sure of the future, so you Lewin has value in being roped in. I have heard of you Lewin, a handsome man in his early 30s. In terms of appearance, he is not much worse than Jaime. In terms of bravery, he can be called the Barristan of the Seas. In terms of intelligence and talent, he has sailed the Jade Sea and even explored the ruins of Valeglia, obtaining countless treasures and secret arts. You should be happy that such a good husband is willing to marry you. Sir Kevin concluded. It's done. You have sold me. Cersei said in disbelief. It will be done immediately as long as you agree. I will keep shaking my head. Cersei's head shook like a rattle. As you wish. Kevin stood up and tidied up the thick dark red wool cloak on his body. He then turned around and walked towards the door. Opening the thick wooden door, Kevin stopped and said calmly in front of the old nun, "Parade in 5 days. I will wait for you at the Red Keep. If you do not want to be humiliated, you can kill yourself by slamming your head against the stone wall. It will be the best choice for you, for Tommen, for Lannister, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms." Cersei was suddenly filled with courage and said loudly, "Just you wait, I will return to the Red Keep." The corners of Kevin's mouth curled into a smile as he left. 5 days later. 3 old nun as dry as pickled radishes entered Cersei's cell and shaved her golden hair, armpit hair, and leg hair clean. Cersei was naked like a newborn chick, showing herself to the people of King's Landing. Dang dang dang. The bell in the tower rang, and all the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Under the statue of Baelor, the wide marble square was crowded with people. The eyes looking up were denser than the stars in the summer night. Apart from the children of war, the congregation of the poor, and the nuns, everyone in King's Landing was here. There were men and women, old and young. Innkeepers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys, actors, beggars, thieves, high-class socialites in silk and dirty street girls with acne, everyone came out to see the Queen Dowager's pale body with goosebumps. The 3 old nuns walked in front of Cersei and announced loudly, "This is Cersei of the Lannister family, the widowed Queen Dowager, the birth mother of King Tommen, the widow of King Robert. She has admitted to the great sin of deceit and lasciviousness. The sinner has confessed her crimes and prayed for absolution and forgiveness. The Archbishop has instructed her to cast aside all pride and deceit as a sign of repentance. She will show the way the gods created her in front of all the good men and women in the city. With a humble heart, the sinner sheds all secrets and privacy and embarks on a journey of atonement, naked before the gods and the people." At this moment, the majesty and holiness of the Iron Throne were completely trampled into the mud. The supreme kingship that Targaryen won after 100 years of bloody battle with the Church was in tatters. An invisible crown was crowned on the Great Sparrow's head, and he became a king without an iron throne. "Bitch," someone shouted. It was a woman. Women hit other women when they were in trouble, and men only wanted to stick their eyes to the suffering woman. Their mouths were only drooling and licking their tongues. How could they have time to talk? This was the Queen Dowager. Since the ancestors invaded the Westeros, about 12,000 years of the Kingdom era, this was the first time the Queen Dowager showed her beautiful body to the people. Not to mention the Westeros, it was also the first time the Queen Dowager was paraded naked in the streets. The Great Sparrow was definitely the most powerful archbishop in the Second Era. Benello, the supreme priest of Volantis, should be ashamed. The Great Sparrow did not have any magic power, and the god he believed in was fake. He was also very poor, and the church's bank was sold. Even the church's armed forces were not as strong as the Hand of Sacred Fire. When Cersei was imprisoned, the church's armed forces were far weaker than the Hand of Sacred Fire. After Cersei was imprisoned, a large number of mercenaries and small nobles began to join the church. At this time, the church's armed forces were stronger than the Hand of Sacred Fire. Benello's mouth was invincible. Every day when he prayed, he would call on the slaves to revolt and rebel against the slave masters, but he had never harmed a single hair of the Blackwall nobles. The Great Sparrow was not a man of many words. One moment, he was obedient to the Queen Dowager, and the next moment, He got the permission to reorganize the church's armed forces and immediately tricked the Queen Dowager into the great cathedral and imprisoned her. Up ahead, an old nun rang a bell as she sang loudly, "Shame, shame, come and see the sinner of shame, shame, shame." An old man's eyes widened as he muttered, "So big, so white, so, shame." The old woman grabbed her husband by the ear and twisted it, shouting at Circe, "Whore, you are a disgraceful sinner. A disgrace, a disgrace." Circe held her head high and glanced at the old woman in disdain. She purposely puffed out her chest and lifted her hips. "Ow wow," the old man howled. His eyes rolled back, and his limbs twitched as he fell to the ground. He had a stroke. "Ah, old man, what happened to you?" The old woman could not be bothered to scold the Queen Dowager anymore. She hugged her husband's body and cried, "Slut!" The more the woman scolded, the more the man, after walking 2 streets, almost a kilometer, with thousands of people watching, only the woman cursed. It was a spectacle. Until a yellow, warm object flew out of the sky and landed on the Queen Dowager's smooth, white back. That rich smell and nauseating color instantly woke the men up from their pink dreams. The Queen Dowager, who had died, could no longer fantasize. Then, rotten eggs, rotten tomatoes, rotten vegetables, and even dead cats and dogs with bloated stomachs full of white maggots were thrown at Circe. Chapter 403. Old Town, City of Knowledge. The Dragon Queen did not cause much damage to the City of Knowledge. At this point in time, even the steward's pavilion, which had been hit by the dragon flame fireball, had been repaired. Doctor's meeting room. Vinegar. Balin sighed and placed the letter in his hand on the table. His right finger tapped on the paper lightly, producing a deep dudut sound, like the rhythm of his frustrated heart. The room was silent. The clear morning sunlight passed through the colorful mosaic glass and shone on the faces of the doctors. Their expressions were as unpredictable as the light. Peristan sent another letter. Balin broke the silence and sighed softly. Balin was a doctor in astronomy. He was sharp-tongued and liked to give people nicknames. For example, Marvin's nickname of magician was given by him. Because of this, Balin received the nickname of Vinegar from the City of Knowledge. Perhaps it was because one's appearance reflected one's heart, but this bald old man had protruding bones and no flesh on his cheeks. He had a sharp face. However, such a person who was usually so strong and unkind also looked dejected at this moment. His face was filled with dejection. "This is fake news." Next. Steward Theobald, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said firmly. Balin was stunned and asked, "You've seen it?" "I just received the letter." "There's no need to see it. As long as I know that it came from the Great Wall, I'm sure it's fake." Professor Theobald waved his hand. Next. But Peristan. Balin had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the steward. "That's also a fake person, a fake Peristan. A fake person giving fake news." "Alright, that's reasonable." Balin rolled his eyes and continued, "Regardless of whether it's fake or not, I think you should know that fake Peristan from the Great Wall sent a letter as a crow. He told us not to escape from reality and that Dani Rise and her dragon are the real saviors. The basis for the existence of the real world is that the world still exists. If the Westeros are gone, humans will be extinct. Even the most beautiful ideals will be meaningless. It really is a fake. The real Professor Peristan has a strong will and a firm belief." "Why would he say something like that?" Professor Ambrose said. Ambrose had a long and thin face. His hair and beard were all white, and his fluffy beard hung down to his chest. He was a doctor of medicine in the City of Knowledge, and also the doctor with the highest medical skills in Westeros. Balin shrugged his shoulders and said, "The fake Peristan described in detail the weaknesses and attacking methods of the deviant ghosts and corpses. Normal armies are no match for them, and after a battle, the number of corpses increases. If the deviant ghosts crossed the Great Wall, their numbers would snowball and the entire human race would be wiped out." He said that he already knew about the City of Knowledge's defamation of Dragon Queen. He said that he was ashamed and even advised us to pack our bags and go to the Great Wall immediately and put on black clothes to atone for our sins. It's fake, the fake Perestan is despicable. All the professors said in unison. Varen tugged at his soft and comfortable squirrel fur coat and said with certainty, yes, it's fake. I'm afraid of the cold. Winter is coming, and going to the Great Wall will cost me my life. But that fake is also a big problem. The Great Wall sent out messenger crows to almost all the top nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Not only did he encourage the nobles to aid the Great Wall, he even used the identity of Professor Perestan to distort the truth about the City of Knowledge. Because he called himself Perestan and even confessed his sins, many nobles believed him. Professor Nolan said. He was the previous head of the department, and was a doctor of economics and mathematics. Balin said bitterly, it's indeed a big problem. The messenger crows of the fake Perestan and the City of Knowledge arrived at the nobles' nests at the same time, causing the City of Knowledge's reputation to plummet. Many scholars who serve the nobles wrote letters to question the City of Knowledge. Why are we so crazy as to openly violate the rights of the guests? Why would the nobles rather believe in fake news than the City of Knowledge? This is not normal, not logical, and not right. We are the City of Knowledge, the headquarters of the scholars. The scholars have the right to speak, and the scholars guide the public opinion of the Seven Kingdoms. Shouldn't the nobles believe whatever the scholars say? Head of Department Theobald said angrily. Professor Nolan smiled bitterly. The nobles aren't stupid. Why would the Dragon Queen violate the rights of the guests for no reason? What good would it do her to burn down that absolutely neutral City of Knowledge? If the Dragon Queen had never come to the Westeros and had never interacted with the nobles, maybe, but she went to participate in the tournament and even won the championship. Hundreds of nobles and thousands of knights have seen her, drank with her, and interacted with her. She even spoke with assurance at banquets, shining brilliantly. The nobles and knights of River Bend, Storm, Dorne, the Western region, and the King's Domain have a general understanding of her character. They all love and respect the first Night Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to wear the crown of love and beauty. They don't believe that she is the Mad King II. Everyone knows about the influence of the tournament in the Seven Kingdoms. Professor Galadue of History and Linguistics, who wrote Midsummer's Son, sighed and said, there are also singers and poets. They originally thought of Layla Wayshuwe as a legendary hero. Now, they know that Layla Wayshuwe has an even more legendary identity: the last princess, the queen who restored the country, Misha who freed the slaves, the mother of dragons, the mysterious knight. When these legendary elements were added together, the singers and poets in the tavern went crazy with excitement. You should go to the Feather Wine Bottle and take a look. After half a month, there are at least 300 songs praising the mysterious Night King, and 46 versions of the story of Dragon Queen fighting for the Rose Crown. There are countless poems and stories that have been derived. Balin said helplessly, whether it is among the commoners or the nobles, not only is her reputation not bad, it is so good that it is exploding. Even if she fell from the sky while riding a dragon and died. 10,000 years later, as long as human history still exists, there will still be countless people praising her deeds and songs. Just like those legendary heroes from the Age of Heroes that have been passed down to this day. Then what should we do? The old man of Old Town clearly stated that the Hyder family will not be involved in this matter. Old Rose Gao Ting is even worse. While secretly hinting to me to ruin the Dragon Queen's reputation, she also clearly stated that Gao Ting does not know and will not interfere in the battle between the City of Knowledge and the Dragon Queen, Theobald said. If there is no other way, we will just admit it. Professor Nolan sighed. The Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge. This sounds unreasonable to begin with. How is it unreasonable? She is the second Mad King. The Mad King's actions are the most unreasonable. The key is that no one believes it. Why don't we openly state the ideals of the real world? I believe that the nobles and commoners of the Seven Kingdoms will understand us. After all, we have no selfish motives, Professor Nolan said. You can't say it. Balin hurriedly dissuaded him. The real world is the greatest selfish motive. Sigh, what is this? Sooner or later, the city of knowledge will be destroyed because of the real world. So what if the Megalosaurus is extinct? Look at how active the red gods are now, and the wizards of Asia have never gone extinct, Professor Zabaro lamented pessimistically. The real world is indeed a bit of a scam. Which bastard first came up with it? Professor Nemos cursed softly. Seeing that the group of professors were dejected, the general manager immediately changed the topic. Balin, continue. What else is there? The Great Wall has elected its 998th Commander-in-Chief. Jon Snow, Stark's illegitimate son, Balin said. Why him? What about Sir Mallister, Sir Elisa, Count Slint, and Commander Carter from the Eastwatch? Professor Ambrose asked curiously. Because of Jon Snow's outstanding contributions. He first went undercover among the barbarians and saved Dark Castle. Then, he followed the Dragon Queen to subdue the barbarians. After that, he joined the Suicide Squad to hunt for deviant ghosts. He even personally killed one, Balin said. Fake news. There are no deviant ghosts. Next, the general manager said. Next. The corner of Balin's mouth twitched. The fake Perestan has asked us to send out letters to spread the long night, the recruitment of night watchers, the Dragon Queen's vow, fake. There are no long night, no deviant ghosts, Theobald interrupted the professor of astronomy roughly. Next. Fake Perestan, is that bastard done yet? Why didn't the deviant ghosts take him away? The general manager said irritably. General manager, the deviant ghosts are fake. Don't lie, Balin sneered. After being interrupted repeatedly, the professor of astronomy was also angry. Continue, the general manager said sullenly. To prove that the deviant ghosts are real, the fake Perestan will send a night watcher called Samwell to bring a deviant ghost and 2 ghouls to the City of Knowledge. Get rid of Samwell before he arrives at the City of Knowledge, the general manager said skillfully. The fake Perestan knows the City of Knowledge's methods. He specifically warned us not to harm Samwell because he also sent a letter to Count Tolly at the same time, Balin said awkwardly. Why does it involve Rando Tolly again? The general manager asked curiously. Samwell's surname is Tolly. He is the eldest son of Count Tolly. Damn, I remember now. That fake Perestan is despicable. The general manager wanted to announce loudly, Samwell is a fake Tolly. But he did not dare to let Rando Tolly be cuckolded. Theobald thought for a while and said slowly, Samwell can reach the old town alive, but the fake deviant ghosts he brought must be eliminated in advance. A newly promoted middle-aged professor at the end of the table was puzzled. Why? If the deviant ghosts are real. Theobald raised his hand to interrupt him. With a complicated expression, he said, Professor Ernest, you are still young and have not experienced much. Once, when news of Liga's death in battle and the fall of the King's Landing reached the City of Knowledge, we felt as if the sky had collapsed and the world was about to be destroyed. Once, when news of Robert being murdered by Cersei and Lannister usurping Theon's Iron Throne reached us, we once again felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. But from beginning to end, the City of Knowledge has been peaceful. Nothing has changed, and the sun has risen as usual. We have existed for thousands of years, and will continue to exist until eternity. In the meeting room, all the professors nodded silently. Professor Balin, please continue, the general manager said. Many nobles have written to ask about the Dragon Queen's suggestion of the one who ends the long night shall be king. How should we reply? It's fake. Next, the general manager said immediately. What's fake? Is the long night fake, or is what the Dragon Queen said fake? Professor Theobald said solemnly, it's all fake. If there is no long night, then there is naturally no long night to end it. That woman is too cunning. With the Allied army nearby, she is unable to attack the Westeros. She is also worried that Lannister will stabilize his rule, so she lied to everyone in an attempt to disrupt the situation. She is also secretly gathering power on Dragonstone Island. Once winter is over, she will claim to be the child of prophecy, the savior of the world, and use force to force the nobles to acknowledge her as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. That's really possible. Balin muttered. Let's not talk about the fake news related to the Long Night, deviant ghosts, and the Great Wall, Theobald said firmly. Next. Oh, next. Chapter 404. According to the news we received 4 days ago, Cersei should have been paraded through the streets to atone for her sins. What do you think about this? Don't you think that the Great Sparrow is too arrogant? Balin said. Cersei deserves it. A doctor mocked. The Targaryen bloodshed of generations in exchange for the supreme kingship has been ruined by that stupid woman. From now on, there will be a political situation in the Seven Kingdoms where kingship and theocracy will oppose each other. I have never seen a woman stupider than Cersei. If Dany Alice was half as stupid and crazy as her, we wouldn't have such a headache. Speaking of which, it's strange. From Joffrey to Cersei, they are all Lannister. Why did they all awaken the bloodline of the Mad King? The doctors discussed animatedly, but they were not too worried. As long as there were nobles in Westeros, the City of Learning would not collapse. Perhaps, in the future, every archbishop would be given a scholar, and the archbishop would be like the king, having a scholar to guide them in government affairs. Theobald said calmly, Cersei is already a thing of the past. The King's Landing is now under Kevin's control. Scholar Pycelle also sent news that Cersei might marry King Uluin of Taimin Bay. Uluin, king. The brother of Uluin, King Balon, who ascended to the throne of Seastone through the King's Selection Convention. Theobald nodded and said hesitantly, Uluin may not be too ambitious, but at least, you are easier to get along with than King Balon. Ever since he took the throne, he strictly restricted Tywin's pirate activities. Not only did the pirates who had been harassing the coasts of the bay disappear, but Uluin even agreed to return the Shield Islands that King Balon had occupied. Since when was Tywin so easy to talk to? The doctors were in an uproar. Could there be a conspiracy? Balin said nervously. Greed and cunning are Tywin's nature. How could he change so easily? Theobald laughed mockingly and slowly explained, the matter is complicated. First of all, Tywin's forces were too few, and the battle line was too long. From Deep Forest Castle in the Northern Territory, to Carlin Bay, to the Shield Archipelago, to the estuary of the Mander River, to Old Town, to Qingting Island, the north-south battle line is more than 8,000 kilometers long. If Tywin doesn't make a choice, he'll be crazy. That's right. King Balon called himself King of the Iron Islands and the Northern Territory, and Uluin inherited his position. If Uluin is rational enough, you should focus on digesting the newly conquered territories in the northern region. Making enemies everywhere like King Balon is too crazy. The professors were deep in thought. Don't forget, Count Redwin's Qingting Island fleet is on the way home. If Tywin doesn't leave now, he won't be able to escape in the future. Of course, Gao Ting would have to pay a large sum of gold royals to redeem the Shield Islands. In the end, Uluin was provoked by that woman. Theobald's expression was strange. Which woman? Dany Alice. The professor in charge laughed deeply and said, Uluin was the first explorer to come back alive from the ruins of Valeglia. He obtained wealth comparable to that of a country, and even found a set of tile steel armor and a dragon egg. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Unfortunately, just as he left the stormy sea outside Valeglia, he met Dany Alice, who was sailing towards Slave Bay. She plundered him, and then she had the money to buy the Unsullied in Astapor. Dr. Balin looked surprised and muttered, I didn't expect there to be such a grudge between them. Uluin intends to form a tripartite alliance with Tyrell and Lannister. Currently, they have reached a few preliminary agreements. 1. Tyrell will pay the ransom, and Uluin will return the Shield Islands and swear not to invade the territory of River Bend. 2. Circe will marry Yuluen, and the Iron Fleet under Yuluen will swear allegiance to Tommen and reorganize into a new royal fleet to suppress the Targaryen forces on Dragonstone Island. 3. Tyrell and Lannister will create conditions for Yuluen to seize one or more Megalosaurus from Dany Alice. What? Sir Steward, are you crazy? Seizing a dragon from the mother of dragons? The professors looked at Theobald with the same gazes as they looked at Aerys, Joffrey, and Cersei. Yuluen did not reveal the specifics. However, he dared to swear to Inami that he once controlled her white dragon and green dragon. If he wasn't too greedy, he would have become the father of dragons by now, the steward said. Oh, since he swore to Inami, then it must be true. The professors nodded in surprise. Then, they became excited again and said happily, the tripartite alliance seems to be very promising. Dragon Queen, I am the holy light, I am. Everyone in the room was celebrating when suddenly, a deep, majestic, and grand voice came from outside the window. The steward was furious and stood up, shouting at the window, which bastard is making a racket outside, disturbing Kikik. Mystic! Mystic! Mystic dragon! The professor's pupils contracted, their teeth chattered, and their faces turned as pale as a corpse. The nightmares of the past came back to them. Whoosh! A huge shadow swept across the flowerbed in front of the steward's pavilion. The professors and apprentices who were sitting on the lawn and reading were shocked. They looked up at the sky and were stunned. I am the eldest son of the mother of dragons, I am the mighty dragon of heaven, the vanguard of justice. Another long list of titles came out from Blackie's mouth. At this time, Dany was using the Buddha's Mercy mode. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, shocking the people of the old town and the scholars from the city of knowledge. The mystic dragon is speaking. 7 gods above, am I hallucinating? The professors, scholars, apprentices, and even the people on the street were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. Today, at this time, at this place, I am the dragon of judgment. In the name of the Father, I judge the 7 sins of the city of knowledge. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the Father represented judgment and justice. The first sin, arrogance. Disregarding the reality of the world and using one's will as an illusion, attempting to build a false, real world. Blackie's voice rumbled as it explained the real world again. Ah, what is the city of knowledge trying to do? Most of the people of the old town were confused. The few who understood were shocked. The second sin, jealousy. Magic power is innate. Only a few people have the qualifications to master supernatural powers. The scholars of the city of knowledge were unable to cultivate magic, or their talent in magic was shallow. They were jealous of the royal family with noble bloodlines, and even caused the entire human world to enter the age of magic. Remember, it was only the humans who lost the magic power to protect themselves. The dark evil gods were restless in the land of eternal winter and never disappeared. The third sin, brutality. The dance of the blood dragon lasted for more than 10 days, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It was all the sins of the city of knowledge. This was another bomb that almost made the people of the old town faint. How could the thin and weak scholars next door be so powerful? Damn it, Peristan is a sinner. He actually told that woman about the real world and the secret of the dance of the blood dragon. Belin cried out in fear. The head of the professors was seeing stars and his vision was blank. He kept mumbling, fake, fake, it's all fake. Peristan is fake, the real world is fake, the dance of the blood dragon is fake. It has nothing to do with the city of knowledge. Blackie did not care about the reactions of the people. He continued, the fourth sin, incompetence. The city of knowledge has been established for thousands of years. The 7 kingdoms: astronomy, pathology, craftsmanship, economic structure, spiritual beliefs, cultural customs, and so on have never improved. The Westeros 1,000 years ago and the Westeros 1,000 years later are almost the same except for the differences in people. If that's the case, what's the use of having you? We have worked hard even if we didn't make any contributions. Besides, the free cities next door also seem to The free cities were indeed more advanced than the Westeros, but they had inherited Valeglia's advanced industrial technology. The scholars were not calm at all. The fifth sin, dereliction of duty. A long time ago, traces of deviant ghosts appeared beyond the Great Wall. 20 years ago, even the people of Bravos on the other side of the narrow sea knew that there were deviant ghosts near difficult settlement. The younger brother of the Sea King, Brother Felik, even died in a battle to capture the deviant ghosts. In order to deal with the long night, the Iron Treasury secretly stocked up on food twice in 20 years. The amount involved was as high as 100 million gold royals. However, the Westeros did not know anything. The Iron Throne did not know, the City of Knowledge did not know. What's more hateful was that after knowing about the urgent report from the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge purposely hid the information about deviant ghosts, not caring about the safety of the people. What, deviant ghosts? Isn't the history of deviant ghosts and the long night fake? The scholars have always said so. The citizens of the old town who had just caught their breath were shocked to the point of dizziness again. The melon was too big, too many, too sweet. They could not eat it all. The sixth sin, violating the rights of the guests. Dragon Queen came to the old town under the alias of Layla Weishui and participated in the martial arts tournament as the mysterious Night Batman. During that time, the scholars admired her talent in economics and invited her to the City of Knowledge as a guest. However, after discovering her true identity, they poisoned her and assassinated her. There were also hundreds of archers waiting to kill her Megalosaurus, which was me and my second brother. The fire in the City of Knowledge that day was because of this. 7 gods above, the City of Knowledge. What did they do? The citizens of the old town were about to collapse. The information revealed by the Holy Dragon was too much. It was too scary. They could not bear it. The seventh sin, breaking an oath. The City of Knowledge swore to be neutral and the scholars swore to be loyal to the king. But look at what they did. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods to abolish the oath of the scholars. Since the oath that the assistant scholar swore when he put on the chain could not be fulfilled, there was no need to put on a show. From today onwards, I represent the 7 gods and the Dragon Queen to abolish the allegiance between the scholars and the nobles. The scholars will no longer wear grey robes and necklaces. There will no longer be a distinction between apprentices, scholars and scholars. The nobles can continue to employ scholars, but scholars will no longer be scholars. From today onwards, the City of Knowledge will be dissolved. The Westeros will abolish the scholar system. Ah, the City of Knowledge is gone. Even the scholars are gone. The citizens of the old town were in an uproar again. Sigh, is what the Megalosaurus said true? Did the City of Knowledge really commit so many sins? That is the holy Megalosaurus, the great mighty heavenly dragon, the dragon of judgment. How could it lie? Moreover, the holy dragon's words were reasonable and irrefutable. Yes, the content of the holy dragon's words, you have to think about it carefully. It's terrifying. No, the City of Knowledge was filled with whales. The scholars and apprentices in the City of Knowledge seemed to have their spines pulled out. Their bodies went limp as they raised their heads and cried. Chapter 405. Fake Holy Dragon, Fake Envoy of Justice, Fake Great Guardian of the Church of the 7 Gods. That's the mystic dragon, he can't represent the 7 gods. The Mother of Dragons wants to destroy the City of Knowledge. Theobald roared ferociously. She's not the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, she has no right to judge us. She swore on the Great Wall that she wouldn't take the initiative to attack the forces supporting the Great Wall in the north. We were wrong. Regardless of whether the deviant ghosts are real or fake, we should join the Ghost Resistance United Front. The Mother of Dragons didn't even kill Stannis, she definitely wouldn't attack the City of Knowledge. Sigh, we shouldn't have provoked her, shouldn't have spread rumors saying that she violated the rights of a guest, shouldn't have. No, we can't be that cowardly. Do you think we'll disband the City of Knowledge just because the mystic dragon says so? We have the support of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The old town of Hiding Tyrell, the King's Landing and the Iron Throne will all stand on the City of Knowledge's side. Yes, let the Ghost Resistance United Front go to hell with the deviant ghosts. We will join you King Luan's tripartite alliance and fight the mystic dragon to the end. In the meeting room of the Steward's Pavilion, the professors all looked terrified as they expressed their opinions. The Holy Light Black spoke again. I am the Judgment Dragon. I will now announce the trial of the professors and scholars of the City of Knowledge. Grand Scholar Pycelle, Steward Theobald, Economics Professor Nolan, Vinegarth Balin. Ah, my name is on it. How does the mystic dragon know me? Balin's shriveled face was filled with disbelief and fear. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shouted, Peristan, fuck his mother. Not only did that fellow betray his ideals, he also betrayed us. Other than Pycelle, the names mentioned by the mystic dragon are all murderers. Shut up, it's fake, it's all fake. Theobald was furious and interrupted him, Peristan is fake, the holy dragon is fake, that is the mystic dragon. The mystic dragon's words are also fake. Dragons can't speak, everyone knows that. The mother of dragons is a witch, she is secretly casting witchcraft to make us hallucinate. Sir Supervisor, look at the scholars and acolytes outside the window. They all heard it. Balin's face was contorted as he pointed at the window and said with a trembling voice, the glass is shaking. Gah! Dr. Theobald suddenly froze. His angry expression was like sour milk, frozen on his face. The hall was silent. Only the Megalosaurus announced the final verdict. The named doctors and their assistants have only two choices. 1. Kill themselves and wash away their sins with blood. 2. Put on black clothes and become night watchers. Their sins will be erased. It's so cold in the north. I don't want to guard the Great Wall. Balin cried. The mystic dragon doesn't have the final say. Grand Secretary Pycelle definitely won't go to the Great Wall. The Iron Throne won't allow the Mother of Dragons to do whatever she wants. Professor Nolan's old face was as pale as a dead man's. He trembled as he comforted himself. She is not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She has no right to judge the Academy City. Let's ignore her and continue the meeting. Theobald sat down stiffly and forced himself to speak calmly. Roar! The holy light Megalosaurus seemed to have heard his shameless declaration. It roared with a thunderous voice, I am the great guardian of light of the seven gods, appointed by the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop. My judgment is the decree of the seven gods. Any believer of the seven gods and the seven kingdoms can monitor the actions of the sinners. If the sinner does not atone for his sins with his death within a week and does not voluntarily go to the Great Wall, he will be automatically judged as a night watcher who has fled. Any believer of the seven gods can go to the City of Knowledge to arrest the sinner and send him to be imprisoned in the great cathedral of Baylor. For every sinner arrested, the reward will be 1,000 gold royals and a blessing of the seven gods. 1,000 gold royals. Seven gods above, I am a believer of the seven gods. I know Balin, Theobald, I know. God bless me, I actually know all the sinners. I am rich. No, for the blessing of the seven gods, I will do my best to arrest every sinner. A resident near the City of Knowledge said excitedly. The seven gods, there are dozens of sinners. I want to serve the seven gods. The mercenary knight said dizzily. Will it be illegal? That is a doctor. His companion said worriedly. What are you afraid of? The holy Megalosaurus represents the seven gods. The mercenary knight's eyes flashed. The church even arrested the queen and the queen, let alone a little doctor. Brother, have you not seen the situation clearly? In today's Westeros, the chief bishop is the uncrowned king. What? The identity of the great guardian of the seven gods of the mystic dragon is recognized by the great sparrow? How is this possible? The sinner Balin was shocked and angry. Damn it, Danny Rise is in cahoots with the great sparrow. Theobald's expression changed and he cursed. We have neglected one thing. The great sparrow is bold, but he is not stupid. He knew that the act of forcing Cersei to parade and repent had offended the Iron Throne and Lannister. No, the great sparrow had imprisoned Queen Marjorie and would soon put her on public trial. Tyrell was also an enemy of the Church. Dany Rise is a believer of the Seven Gods and even established the Church of the Seven Gods at Slave Bay. She and the Great Sparrow are natural allies. At least, when it does not involve the struggle between the royal power and the Church, the Great Sparrow and the Mother of Dragons have the possibility of cooperating. Theobald was only half right. Even if he had offended Tyrell and Lannister at the same time, the Great Sparrow had never thought of cooperating with Dany. Overthrowing the weak Lannister and inviting the Dragon Queen, who was powerful enough to fight against the world, back to the King's Landing, then how could the Great Sparrow be the uncrowned king? However, Blackie's identity as the Great Guardian of the Light was indeed recognized by the Great Sparrow. It all started on the day of Cersei's parade and repent. Seeing such a miserable scene, Dany was not happy. Instead, she was sure of one thing: the Iron Throne had depreciated. In fact, the Iron Throne had always been depreciating. When Targaryen had dragons, the people submitted, the vassals did not have a trace of disloyalty, and Targaryen was sanctified. At that time, the Iron Throne was worth the most if it was worth 10,000 gold royals. The Megalosaurus was extinct, Targaryen lost their divinity, and the Seven Dukes began to have the ambition to participate in the game of power. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk by 80%, only 2,000 gold royals remained. The Black Fire rebelled, and Targaryen fell completely to the mortal world. This made all the Westeros understand one thing: Targaryen was human, no different from them. The Iron Throne was once again devalued by half, only 1,000 gold royals remained. When the Targaryen dynasty ended and Theon Baela became the new royal family, all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms suddenly understood one thing: they could also sit on the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk again, 500 gold royals. After all, Robert had won the Iron Throne by force, and at least he could convince people with force. But Lannister had used the exchange of interests and the game of power to turn a false king into a true king. Who in the world would be convinced? Or rather, we don't have dragons, we don't have Robert's peerless strength, but who doesn't know how to play the game of power? Thus, the rebellion of the Four Kings began, and 5 independent kings appeared in the Seven Kingdoms. The Iron Throne was devalued by 80%, only 100 gold royals remained. When Tywin died, Queen Marjorie was arrested, and Cersei was paraded through the streets. The Iron Throne was devalued by 90% again. Calculating, how much was the Iron Throne worth now? 10 gold royals. From 10,000 gold royals to 10 gold royals, what was worse was that the Iron Throne's true value was shrinking, but the price to pay to obtain it was increasing crazily. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, there was no Dragonslayer crossbow, so he could set fire to Heron Castle and Raging Fury. If you tried to set fire to Red Castle now, you could guarantee that the Megalosaurus would be shot into a hornet's nest before you could even spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Back then, people were simple and honest. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, even the most cunning Lannister surrendered sincerely. He was very chivalrous. Now, if others dared to surrender, would you dare to accept? For example, if Waldfrey, Cersei, Old Rose, Littlefinger, and Sibyl, Robb's mother-in-law, surrendered and swore loyalty to you, would you dare to accept them and give them your full trust? Aegon and his siblings had returned to the present, and if they still did things the same way, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. It was just that people's morals were not what they used to be. The way of the world was too difficult. If the Iron Throne was treated as a stock, its profits would be reduced by 1,000 times, but the risk would be increased dozens of times. Would you still buy it? Hurry up and throw it away. After seeing Cersei's miserable state, Dany finally made up her mind to give up the Iron Throne. If she took away Cersei's Iron Throne and became the next queen, how would the people who saw the Queen Regent, Mimi, and her crotch today imagine the queen on the Iron Throne? Would the people of King's Landing and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms look at Dany with respect and admiration, or lewdness, or even secretly compare her with her predecessor. Comparing size, Perky, Anne. The Great Sparrow was too ruthless. He stuffed the identities of Queen and King into the latrine and poured 100 buckets of dung over them. They were smelly and rotten. In today's Westeros, the Queen and Queen had become the professor and godfather of today's society. They had been played rotten. Of course, Dany was not Cersei. She had the ability to make the stock Iron Throne rise again and restore the sanctity of the royal authority. But to achieve this goal, she had to go against the 7 dukes, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, the unruly people of King's Landing, and the growing church. If Dany had the time and energy, she would rather go against those weaklings like Quills and Volantis. If the future Night King is strong, Arya will not be able to sneak up on him like in Game of Thrones. She should also help cut off the Night King's limbs and send them to Arya for her to finish the job. With this thought in mind, Dany went to the Great Sparrow. Well, it was actually the Great Sparrow who went to Dragonstone Island first. After the news of the Dragon Queen taking over Dragonstone Island spread, the Great Sparrow immediately wrote a letter to Dragonstone Island. He had no choice. Dragonstone Island controlled the passage to Blackwater Bay. The Great Sparrow was frantically transporting food and weapons on the other side of the narrow sea. Dany personally replied to the letter and promised the Great Sparrow that Dragonstone Island and Tidehead Island would not only not block the merchant ships going to and from King's Landing, they would even provide free service to ships flying the heptagram flag. I am Layla Waishue, the Cardinal of the 7 Gods of Slaver Bay. Church friend, she said kindly to the Great Sparrow. Who knew what the Great Sparrow's reaction was when he saw that sentence? 2 days later, seeing that Dragonstone Island kept their promise, he sent another letter to Dany and asked her to talk about it again. But by then, Dany had already returned to Astapor and could not talk to the Great Sparrow face to face. He could only ask Barristan to write the letter and explain the Dragon Queen's plan. On the day of Cersei's parade, Dany did not plan to meet the Great Sparrow. But after Cersei's parade, she suddenly lost interest in the Iron Throne. The problem was that she did not need it, but she also did not want others to sit comfortably on it. She decided to dig a huge hole for the future king of the 7 kingdoms. Not only would it be devalued to 10 gold royals, she would also devalue the Iron Throne to negative assets, like a treasure of crude oil. Dany would recognize the legitimacy of the Church's armed forces, recognize the Cardinal's authority over the king, recognize the Cardinal's right to judge the king and queen, recognize the Cardinal as the true king of the 7 kingdoms, she decided that whatever the Great Sparrow wanted, she would agree to it. Even if the Great Sparrow did not want it, she would force it on him. In short, Dany wanted to empty the Iron Throne crazily and devalue it from 10 gold royals to negative 100,000 gold royals. She was the Cardinal anyway. Even if the future king of the 7 kingdoms and the dukes of the 7 kingdoms had to lick the Great Sparrow's feet every time they saw him, Dany was not afraid. In the church, she and the Great Sparrow were church members of equal status. In the Westeros. Well, she did not want to go to the Westeros. In the future, if any of her grandchildren made Grandma Dany unhappy, they would be punished to be a duke or king in the Westeros. Chapter 406. Bronn also saw Cersei's body, but he did not look for long as he did not have time. The Earl of Blackwater disguised himself and snuck into King's Landing to invite Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott on behalf of the Dragon Queen. When all the people of King's Landing went to watch Cersei and Mimi, Bronn quietly sent more than 20 blacksmiths into the cargo ship. Other than Master Tobu, who could reforge Valeglia's steel, all the more famous blacksmiths in Steel Street were kidnapped. That's right, kidnap. It was impossible not to kidnap. First of all, most of the world's famous blacksmiths had studied abroad in Kolar, and some were even originally from Kolar. Kolar had joined the United Nations that blockaded Slaver's Bay, and the Black Goat High Priest had long ago issued a decree: Kolar's blacksmiths were not allowed to serve the Dragon Queen. Secondly, the blacksmiths in this world had a higher social status and were all rich. For example, the blacksmiths kidnapped by Bronn all had properties in Steel Street. They had houses, shops, servants, apprentices, and the dignity of a boss. If Braun had directly stated his intentions, almost no one would be willing to abandon their current properties and be trapped in Dragonstone Island to forge dragon crystal weapons for the Dragon Queen. At least Tobu Mott was not willing. If he dared to reveal the spells and techniques to the Dragon Queen, if the Kohlers knew about it, they would not let him go. So Braun could only kidnap. Before Cersei's parade ended, Braun had already completed his kidnapping mission. The cargo ship carrying the blacksmiths quietly left King's Landing. But not long after entering Blackwater Bay, Blackie came again and gave the task of meeting with Big Sparrow to Braun. Braun lowered a small boat from the cargo ship and led 8 of his men to return to King's Landing. The meeting location was decided by Big Sparrow. Braun and his men were only responsible for Blackie's safety, ensuring that there were no dragon slayers within half a kilometer of the meeting location. If the Great Sparrow didn't care about publicizing the relationship between the church and the Dragon Queen, Blackie could directly land in the backyard of the Great Cathedral of Baylor. If the Great Sparrow wanted to keep it a secret, he could go to the Blackwater River or Blackwater Bay. Blackie dived into the water and only showed his head to talk to him. However, the Big Sparrow was not worried about angering the Iron Throne at all. He directly asked Big Black to go to the observatory of the Baylor Great Sage Hall. The 8 underlings stood separately on the top floors of several buildings near the observatory, making sure that the church did not play any tricks. They were like the bodyguards in black who scattered around to check the sniping points when the big shots were negotiating in the movies. The crossbow was large and required a wide range of shooting angles. It was almost impossible to hide it. After that, Braun covered the floor of the observatory with a 7-pointed star flag of the church. Dahe, who had been hiding in the clouds, saw the signal and flew down. "May the holy light protect you, Your Excellency." The huge demonic shadow whizzing down made the Big Sparrow's pupils shrink, and she was shocked speechless. The Megalosaurus landed lightly behind the platform, folded its wings, left wing at the side of its body, and right wing across its chest. It lowered its head, bowed, spoke, gave its blessings. It could speak with perfect articulation, it could bow gracefully, and it had an open, holy and inviolable temperament. The dark body of the Megalosaurus seemed to be glowing. No, there was a golden sun rising behind him. The Big Sparrow seemed to see the 7 gods descending to the world, and her whole person fell into a trance. "Your Excellency." The one-armed hero Lancel on the side quietly reminded the Archbishop. "Oh." The Big Sparrow rubbed her eyes and looked back. Damn, it was an illusion. Just after noon, the black dragon flew down from the angle of the light, as if the sun had been behind him. "Megalosaurus, can you speak?" The Big Sparrow knew that the 7 gods had not descended, but she still asked a stupid question. Danny and Blackie's sea of consciousness held back her laughter, and announced solemnly through Blackie's mouth, "Your Excellency, I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother, my name is Big Black. But I'm also a devout believer of the 7 gods. I believe in the Holy Light, I believe in justice, Holy Father, I believe in mercy, Holy Mother, I believe in freedom, I believe in courage, warrior, I believe in power, blacksmith, I believe in wisdom, old woman, I fear death and the unknown, stranger. Therefore, I am the Holy Light, the vanguard of justice, the Holy Megalosaurus, the Dragon of Justice." Oh, oh, oh. The Big Sparrow began to feel dizzy again. Lancel, Braun, and the others on the side seemed to have fallen into a dream, let alone her. After a while, the Big Sparrow understood some of the meaning in Blackie's words and asked, "What is the Holy Light?" "Your Excellency, look." Blackie pointed at the sun in the blue sky with his wings. "What do you see?" The Big Sparrow looked up at the sky in a daze, and just for a moment, she was sad and shed tears. The sun was so bright. He covered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "The sun, there is a sun in the sky." "No, that is not the sun." Blackie's ferocious dragon face became particularly serious and solemn. "That is purity, warmth, holiness, that is the maiden, one of the 7 gods." The foreign archbishop was a little unaccustomed to the Zenji of the Chinese style. He was confused for a while before he understood the meaning of Blackie's words. 7 gods above, this megalosaurus seems to be more like an archbishop than me. I'm enlightened, enlightened. The big sparrow was amazed and said, "It is good to compare the maiden to the holy light. But will it make the believers misunderstand? After all, the Light King Lalo is known to the world. Your Excellency, you know about the deviant ghosts, right?" The holy light black dragon asked. "Yes. Do you think the long night will not come?" The big sparrow looked hesitant and sighed. "After receiving the news, I prayed in front of the old woman for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't eat or drink, hoping that the old woman would carry a golden lamp to illuminate my future." Danny was speechless about the way the 7 gods prayed. After being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, even a normal person would have auditory hallucinations. Then, they would think that they were communicating with the 7 gods? Getting enlightenment from the 7 gods? The deviant ghosts are real, the holy megalosaurus said with certainty. The Light King Lalo has been planning this since 5,000 years ago. This long night is a big crisis for the Church of the 7 gods. When the long night comes and the sun disappears, the believers will look forward to the sun, to the light and warmth, and the red god will satisfy all the prayers of the believers. Ah! The big sparrow's face changed dramatically. He really didn't think of this. If the long night was real, and the Church of the 7 gods had neither prophesied nor arranged a savior, and they were so slow to react and do nothing, then, Archbishop, you come from Hejian. Don't you know how fast the red god's faith is developing there? Every time there is one more person who believes in the red god, there will be one less devout believer of the 7 gods. This is a loss of faith. I know. I heard that Mersoros can resurrect the dead. The big sparrow's face looked terrible. The resurrection of the dead is the biggest miracle in the world. No wonder the believers will change their faith. Hejian is just the beginning, the holy megalosaurus warned him loudly. Stannis is the child of holy fire chosen by the 7 gods, the holy son of Lalo. The red-robed woman Melisandre is a demigod, Lalo's servant. With such a big price, can't you see Lalo's ambition? He judged the 7 gods as heretics, evil gods, and he wants to be the only god in the world. Damned Stannis, why didn't you kill that evil heathen with a mouthful of dragon flame? The big sparrow said with a frown. Because of the holy oath. I am the dragon of justice. My words and actions represent the mother of dragons and the 7 gods. I can't do anything that goes against my oath, the holy megalosaurus said solemnly. It's fine if you represent the mother of dragons, but you say you represent the 7 gods. Did you ask for my permission? The big sparrow was slightly unhappy. Can the girl become the holy light change all this? He asked. My mother, the archbishop of the 7 gods of Slaver Bay, decided to slightly change the position of the girl in the doctrine of the 7 gods. I know that. She once told me that the girl not only symbolizes purity, but also represents freedom, the girl who holds the torch of freedom. The big sparrow nodded. This is in line with the doctrine of the 7 gods against slavery in the 7 gods Bible. It's also good for the Church of the 7 gods to develop believers in the free city. I personally agree with this. Now, the great dragon queen has also decided to change the meaning of purity. Purity is not only the purity of the body, but more importantly, the purity of the spirit and the soul. Just like light, warm and pure, it's called holy light. The holy light is the light of hope in the long night. The holy light can dispel the cold. Believers can get strength and salvation in the holy light. The red god has a prayer of the long night is full of danger. The girls of the 7 gods should also have a prayer of may the holy light protect you. The megalosaurus of the holy light spoke with assurance, and the look on the big sparrow's face became more and more shocked. What a good girl is the holy light. The doctrine of the Westeros also needs to be changed. Starting tomorrow, I will update the girls of the 7 kingdoms to the girls of Slaver Bay. The big sparrow made a decision. After saying that, he even solemnly bowed to Dahe as a fellow member of the church and said, may the holy light protect you. May the holy light deceive you. Big Black replied and continued, in order to cope with the coming long night, the Church of the Seven Gods has to be reformed. How to change? The Big Sparrow listened attentively. He felt that he had found another fellow Taoist. Like Layla Vesuvius, the Megalosaurus way of thinking about the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods resonated with him. A like-minded member of the Church. There were only him, the Dragon Queen, and the Megalosaurus in the world. So lonely. The Church must launch a department dedicated to dealing with the crisis of the long night, the Church of the Light of the Seven Gods. Split the Church? The Big Sparrow frowned. No, the Church of the Seven Gods only emphasizes that there are seven gods in the Church. Of course, we all know that the seven gods are one. Look at the King of Light Lalo. The word light refers to the red god's clergy. Looking at the Big Sparrow's thoughtful face, the holy Megalosaurus said patiently, try adding the word light in front of the seven gods. The Church of the Seven Gods of Light? The Big Sparrow murmured. Remove the word seven. The seven gods are one with seven faces. They are the seven forms of one god. There is no need to forcibly split into seven gods. Danny was not talking nonsense. Ordinary people thought that the seven gods represented the seven gods. In fact, in the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods, gods had no gender. The seven gods were the only God. A person had seven forms and seven morals. The Church of the Light. The Big Sparrow murmured. It seemed to be much more superior than the Church of the Seven Gods. It also sounded very strong, domineering, and arrogant, like a big boss. Chapter 407. Won't this cause conflict between the Seven Gods Church and the Light King? Both sides seem to be fighting for the divine position of light. Braun frowned and said uncertainly, is it a divine position? I don't know anything about gods. Is the red god the only god of light? The one-armed hero Lancel retorted. Big Sparrow's expression kept changing. He wanted to say proudly, fuck you, Light King, the Seven Gods Church doesn't care about you. But deep down, he knew that the Seven Gods Church was different from the Red God Church. In the Seven Gods Church, if you didn't live alone in the cathedral and fast for more than 3 days, you wouldn't be able to sense the seven gods. But Soros, a Red God follower, ate and drank every day, got drunk, and liked to participate in group fights. Such a person in the Seven Gods Church would never be able to communicate with the Seven Gods Church. But Monk Wine and Meat, who drank, ate, and killed people, was favored by Lalo and revived the dead many times. The seven gods, reviving the dead. God knows how much Big Sparrow envied such a divine skill. Even though he communicated with the seven gods many times, he never got a divine skill. The seven gods were real. Every time he fasted and prayed, he would be enlightened. He never doubted this. But the seven gods seemed to be too far away from the real world and couldn't transmit power to their followers. This was a big problem. Thinking of this, Big Sparrow sighed deeply and said, the Church of Light is good, but this is too important. I must pray to the seven gods. Wait 3 days. No, this time I will pray in seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights? Will I see you again next time? Queen Circe still needs you, Queen Marjorie still needs you, the king on the Iron Throne, now and in the future, they all need you. Don't rush to see St. Bailey. Danny was very worried. Your Excellency, you must take care of yourself. Holy Megalosaurus said sincerely, the burden of protecting the church and stopping the Light King from dyeing the Westeros red is all on you. You are the son of the Seven Gods Church, the child of prophecy, the savior. How did I become the child of prophecy? The Big Sparrow looked blankly at the sincere black dragon and asked, I wasn't born in the land of smoke and salt, I also, Your Excellency, you are talking about the prophecy of the Yes God. You are the child of the seven gods, the child of the prophecy of the Church of the Seven Gods, not the child of the prophecy of the Red God, the divine Megalosaurus Blackie said seriously. Prophecy of the Seven Gods? The big sparrow opened his mouth wide and asked in a daze. Of course, if the red deity can make a prophecy, why can't the seven deities? The seven gods of light enlightened me. I saw the future in time, the future of the prophesied child of the seven gods. The divine Megalosaurus announced loudly, after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and the cold darkness will envelop the world. The sacred Son of Light was born in Hejian, and he walked barefoot across the seven kingdoms. He wields the sacred sword of light, which was forged from devout faith, fearless courage, and steel-like willpower. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Your Excellency, you see, the sacred Son of Light in the prophecy is you. The divine Megalosaurus roared excitedly. The big sparrow said with a straight face, I was not born in Hejian. My hometown is west of Nuquan, a village near the Trident River. Damn it, the information is wrong. Danny cursed in her heart, but she immediately thought of a remedy. Your Excellency, you are too narrow-minded. The divine Megalosaurus seemed to be complaining. Lalo also said land of smoke and salt, but he did not directly specify where it was. His Majesty of the Seven Gods is the same. The so-called Hejian does not refer to the Hejian kingdom of the seven kingdoms. Hejian, by the river. You see, weren't you born by the Trident River? At this time, even foreigners who had not experienced the Book of Elixir and the Yellow River Cyclops slowly understood the trick of the divine Megalosaurus. The big sparrow was convinced that if he said that although his hometown was by the river, his birthplace was in the Dorne Desert, the wise, divine Megalosaurus could also round it up. It was not because the big sparrow was stupid that he did not realize it before. In fact, there had been many prophecies in this world. Some hid the prophecies, some misinterpreted the prophecies, some wanted to break the prophecies, but no one had ever faked a prophecy. Not to mention the prophecy of a savior. It was crazy. A light flashed in the big sparrow's eyes, and he asked, why is it not your mother, Danny Leezy? Is she going to be Yesor Yahai? They were all archbishops, and they were all children of prophecy. It seemed to be very promising. No, Lalo's divine servant confirmed that the savior in Yasser's prophecy must be a believer of the Red God, the child of holy fire. Mother swore that she would rather die than change her faith to the King of Light. The Holy Dragon of Light said sonorously. Hey, Layla. Danny Leezy, a member of the church, indeed has the style of Saint Baylor. No, she is the reincarnation of Saint Baylor. The big sparrow's dark and thin cheeks turned red, and he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The one-armed hero Lancel and a few armored children of war also looked reverent and nodded in admiration. Braun turned his head away to avoid letting everyone see his twisted cheeks. Mother said that maintaining the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay has already exhausted her both mentally and physically. She has no qualifications, no ability, no energy, and no time to contribute more strength to the Westeros. She is deeply ashamed and sad about this. Oh, Archbishop, Mother also knows that the child of prophecy is a heavy burden. But other than you, no one can do it. You have to work hard, for the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms. The big sparrow nodded in satisfaction. This was an honest Megalosaurus with wisdom, the simple truth contained rich wisdom. Dragon Queen, don't be sad, she is struggling to maintain the seven gods church under the red god's halo, it is already very difficult. He comforted gently. Then you agree? Agree to fulfill the heavy responsibility of the Holy Son of Light? Holy Dragon asked. For the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms, I am willing to do my best until my death. The big sparrow sighed. However, the Holy Son of Light needs a sharp sword, not only faith, courage, and willpower. Then, he changed the topic and asked meaningfully, what does Dragon Queen think about the church's armed forces? Good. The Holy Megalosaurus said loudly. Good. The big sparrow was stunned. Your ancestor tried every means to abolish the church's armed forces, and you say it's good? Very good, the church can't be without its own armed forces. The holy Megalosaurus said firmly, faith and willpower are useful, but the night is long, and the world is dangerous. Without a steel sword, how can we protect the church? Mother said that Archbishop only develops the church's armed forces in King's Landing, it is still too conservative. You should let the power of the Constellation Warriors and the Children of War blossom everywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. All the idle men at home should join the gathering of the poor, and all the noble children, except for the eldest son, should join the Children of War. The Holy Dragon of Light raised its wings high and said fanatically, you should build the Church of Light's heaven on earth in the King's Landing, in the Seven Kingdoms. Thump thump thump. The big sparrow was forced to take 3 steps back by the fanaticism of the Holy Dragon. This dragon is a fanatic of the 7 gods. The big sparrow was shocked. Then, what does Dragon Queen think about the church's trial of the royal family? He swallowed and asked again. I strongly support. All the sinners in the 7 kingdoms, no matter their identity, should be judged. The holy Megalosaurus said without hesitation. The church is short of money. Other than the donations from the banks and the nobles, there is no regular income. I plan to take a part of the business tax and land tax to fund the operation of the church. The big sparrow probed. No problem, I support it. My mother will definitely support it too. The holy Megalosaurus immediately said. The 7 gods, they even gave up their financial and political power. This is a true believer of the 7 gods. After Sir Kevin became the regent, he gave the church a position as the Minister of State and invited me to participate in the Imperial Conference. Brother Big Black, what do you think? The big sparrow was excited and his tone became much more intimate. He even began to talk to the black dragon as a peer. No. The Megalosaurus objected loudly. No? The big sparrow was shocked. You can't go to the Red Castle. Lannister can't be trusted. If you go, you might be killed. Also, why does the church only have 1 seat? There are at least 4 seats. 1 for the monk, 1 for the nun, 1 for the Star Warriors, and 1 for the Child of War. Sigh. The big sparrow stomped his feet and sighed. Why did the Dragon Queen make a sacred oath to end the long night as the king? She should immediately ascend to the Iron Throne and work with me to build the Westeros into a kingdom of God on earth. It's okay. Even if she's far away in Slaver's Bay, Mother will make a public statement to support the church's actions in King's Landing. Don't worry and do it boldly. Do it with all your might. I'm even willing to accept your baptism and officially join the Church of the 7 Gods. The holy Megalosaurus said. What, baptism? The big sparrow was shocked. Yes, although I'm devoted to the 7 gods, Mother didn't baptize me because I was young. Why don't you baptize me and let me become a Megalosaurus monk? Megalosaurus. Monk? The 7 gods. The big sparrow, Lancel, Brawn, and the Children of War's eyes bulged. Their jaws almost fell off. Wait, no. I've been a believer of the 7 gods since I was born. I can even recite the 7 Stars Bible. But. The big sparrow was in a trance. He felt that it wasn't normal for a Megalosaurus to become a monk, but the holy dragon was right. He was intelligent, could speak, and was a believer of the 7 gods since he was young. He could even recite the 7 Stars Bible. If you let me baptize you, the church register will naturally fall to the great cathedral of Baylor. Are you going to stay in the King's Landing Church forever? He was hopeful and worried. Chapter 408. Maegor Tower. Afternoon. Queen Mother Cersei had washed away all the filth on her body. Along with feces, rotten fruits and other filth, she had also washed away her previous cowardice and tears. Only endless humiliation and deep hatred were imprinted in her heart. They could not be washed away with clean water. Only blood could wash them clean. Lannister, you must pay your debts. At this time, the Empress Dowager had changed into a soft green wool dress and was sitting at the table enjoying a sumptuous lunch: broccoli sprinkled with walnuts, lemon cake, roasted sparrow stuffed with fruit, sirloin stewed with barley soup, roasted pork ribs wrapped in garlic and herbs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Circe chewed hard on the crispy sparrow head, trying hard to imagine it as a large sparrow. She had specially asked the chef to make the roasted sparrow dish. On the plate of the roasted sparrow, there was a 7-pointed star engraved with onion bars. She looked coldly at her head of intelligence and chief scholar and announced, "Lannister will never forget hatred. From today onwards, I am the Avenger." At this moment, Circe had lost some of her charm and foolishness. She had settled down 70% of her anger and 30% of her hostility. Cabourn, who was beside her, could not help but be very careful. He smiled kindly, like a little girl admiring an old grandfather. "Your Majesty, you will definitely drink the sweet fountain of vengeance." Circe was expressionless. "Before vengeance, I have to complete the trial of martial arts. Where are my white knights?" The queen and the queen mother both had a king as her husband. For the king's reputation, during the trial of martial arts, other knights could not be invited to fight for them. Yes, white knights could represent the king. That was why after her brother Loras Tyrell was severely injured, Queen Marjorie would rather be judged by the church than to clear her name through a trial of martial arts. Other than the Knight of Flowers, Loras, the other 6 white knights were not only old and weak, but their strength was also worrying. To make matters worse, they were all Lannister's men. Knowing that her mother-in-law Circe had reported her to the church for stealing men, Marjorie still dared to use her men to fight for her in the trial of martial arts. The problem was that Circe could trust the white knights other than Loras, but she did not dare to let them fight for her. Jaime was missing a hand and was nowhere to be seen, so he passed. Palos was a coward who had betrayed Tommen. Marinland was loyal and brave enough, but his swordsmanship was worrisome. He had been beaten like a dog by the Knight of Flowers during the tournament. Osmond Cat Blake, Circe's lover, was locked up in the dungeon. Balon and Sherwin went to Dorne to welcome Princess Myrcella. Ser Alex, Messiah's bodyguard in Dorne. Circe should have despaired of the 7 white knights, but Princess Araine of Dorne came to her aid. She seduced Alice, leading to the white knights' deaths in the coup d'état when the Dark Star cut Myrcella's cheek. The white knight had an empty spot, and Cabourn's creation, Frankenstein, appeared. "Your Majesty, this is Sir Robert Strong, a new member of the King's Guard." A 2.5-meter-tall giant entered the hall. His legs were thicker than tree trunks, his chest was as big as a horse, and his shoulders were as big as a bull. A giant helmet covered his face. 7 feathers, dyed in 7 colors, symbolizing the 7 gods, fluttered in the wind. He wore a white glazed plate armor that shone like a young girl's hope. Inside, there was a gold-plated chain mail. A pair of golden 7-pointed star buckles clasped his white robe around his shoulders. "Sir Robert." Circe was dazed for a moment. She shook her head and said with a venomous look in her eyes, "Sir, I want you to kill 1, no, 5 people for me." Robert Strong was motionless in silence. Only his white robe swayed gently, making him look like a giant statue. "Sir Robert." Circe raised her voice. "Your Majesty," Sir Robert swore the sacred oath of silence. "He will not speak until he has killed all your enemies. If you wish to kill someone, just give the command. Your order is his mission." Cabourn's lips curled into a smile as he explained gently. "Good, very good." Circe nodded excitedly. "Now, take off your helmet and let me see your face." A hint of hesitation flashed across Cabourn's face, but before he could stop him, Robert Strong had already taken off his giant helmet. "It's you." "Why is it you?" "Go away, go away, go away." Circe's rosy cheeks, which had just drunk the cider, turned pale. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with extreme fear. She waved her arms and screamed. "Your Majesty, do not be afraid. He will not hurt you again." Cabourn quickly comforted. Clang, clang, Clang. Robert Strong was like an emotionless robot. He put on his helmet and walked out the door. After Robert Strong left, Cersei regained her composure. She questioned the biohazard mage loudly, "Why is it him? Caboern, what have you done?" "Your Majesty, I have already reported to you," Caboern said innocently. "Seven hells." Cersei's face contorted as she reprimanded, "You said you were conducting immoral medical experiments. Is that something medicine can do?" "I am a doctor from the barbarians and Asha," Caboern argued. Then he added, "Also, he is the most loyal knight. Just like me, he will never betray you. Even if you ask him to bathe the great cathedral in blood, he will not hesitate or show mercy." All right. Cersei's face gradually regained color. She was convinced. "Ask him to kill the 5 lowly commoners who were rude to me." Which 5? "During the parade, many people were rude to you, Your Majesty." Caboern was confused. "Then kill as many as you can." "The more you kill, the happier I will be," Cersei said impatiently. "My experiment is at a critical stage. I need some living materials." Caboern rubbed his hands and smiled kindly. "Sure. Their cries will give me a good dream. There is a dungeon under the Red Keep. The cries of the prisoners can be heard by the people living on the first floor. Of course, I want to hear the confessions of the 3 old nuns, Unia, Skoya, and Mal," Cersei said. "We cannot touch the people of the church for now, Your Majesty," Caboern advised. "I know. If you want revenge, you have to wait until after the trial. Wait until I regain control of King's Landing. Wait until I call back the elites of the Lannister from Riverside." "Humph. Your Majesty is wise," Caboern complimented. "Right, that Dany rise." Cersei thought of the Toad Witch's prophecy. Her face darkened and her eyes flickered. "Is she as beautiful as me?" "This." Caboern did not understand and chose his words carefully. "I heard that the people of House Targaryen are all good-looking. Damn it, it's her." Cersei's expression changed and she said fiercely, "Caboern, help me contact the Faceless. I want her dead." Caboern had a strange expression and said softly, "The Dragon Queen burned Bravos. The Faceless did not dare to accept orders to assassinate the Dragon Queen." "What? What did you say?" Cersei's eyes widened. Caboern quickly told her what happened in Bravos a few days ago. After the 8-clawed spider Varys escape, Caboern became Cersei's new head of intelligence. Even when Cersei was captured, Pycelle and Kevin did not remove him from his position because of his outstanding abilities. He was 40 or 50% as powerful as Varys. Dragons can talk. I don't believe it. After listening to Caboern's report, Cersei shook her head. "May the holy light protect you, Westeros." A loud and majestic voice suddenly came from outside the window. The tone was very strange. It was deep and coarse, like a mixture of tiger, lion, buffalo and other large animals. It was definitely not a human voice. Megalosaurus is attacking. The Mother of Dragons has come to King's Landing." The castle guard shouted in panic. "The mystic dragon can talk, the mystic dragon is talking, 7 gods." Cersei's expression changed. She could hear her uncle Sir Kevin's voice downstairs. What is he saying? She could not help but quickly walk to the balcony. "I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother, I am the Holy Light, the left messenger of the light of the 7 gods." Cersei was stunned as she looked at the Megalosaurus with a thunderous voice. Her body stiffened and she lost the ability to speak. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. The mystic dragon is talking. Not only can the mystic dragon speak, he can also prophesy. "I came to King's Landing today for 3 things. First, I swear in the name of the 7 gods that the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests and distorted the truth." The Holy Dragon explained in detail what happened in the City of Knowledge before he continued, "This is against the teachings of the 7 gods. It is shocking. Therefore, the Dragon Queen and the chief bishop agreed to immediately put the City of Knowledge on trial. Second, I received a revelation from the old woman in my dream. I found a stone tablet in the velvet hills of Andalos. It came from the Huguenot dynasty more than 6,000 years ago. There was a prophecy recorded on the tablet: after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and cold darkness will cover the world. The Son of Light was born in Riverland. He walked barefoot through the 7 kingdoms. He held the holy sword of light, forged with devout faith, fearless courage and iron will. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Big Sparrow helped to change the prophecy. He felt that the prophecy that the Megalosaurus saw in the timeline was illogical, irregular and lacked foundation. The Son of Light, the Holy Sword of Light, what are those? Circe asked dumbly. It's a bit like Asha's prophecy, the one where Azur and Ahai reincarnate, Cabourn said with a strange expression. Then who is the Son of Light? Circe and Cabourn looked at each other and screamed, impossible, how can Big Sparrow be the son of prophecy? He looks so old and ugly. Well, in Circe's heart, the son of prophecy should be as handsome as Leger. The chief bishop is the Son of Light. From the guards in the Red Keep, to the nobles on Aegon Hill, to the peddlers, residents and beggars on the streets, they all guessed the identity of the Son of Light in the prophecy like Circe. Compared to Asha's prophecy, the hints in the 7 gods' prophecy were too obvious. Suitable for all ages. Finally, about the Dragon Queen's sacred vow on the Great Wall, the one who ends the long night will be king. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. My mother is a woman of her words and will keep her promise. Phew, this is good news. Chapter 409. Merciful Mother of God, the long night must come and freeze and starve those lowly mobs of King's Landing to death. Not a single one will be left. Just Father of God, brave warrior, you must make the mystic dragon and the mother of dragons fair, selfless, brave, fearless, and unafraid of sacrifice. She must be brave and selfless in the face of the other ghosts. Only those who do not fear death will truly die. Only those who persevere in selflessness will truly have no personal property. Only those who do not fear sacrifice will truly sacrifice themselves. Wise crone, please take away the wisdom of the Mother of Dragons. Let her continue to be foolish and invest her money, energy, and military power into the wall. Let her recklessly duel with the other ghosts. Let her always be at the forefront and be surrounded by 100,000 strong and ferocious other ghosts. God of strength, blacksmith, bless the Mother of Dragons. May her sword break when she meets an enemy. May she lose all her energy in duels. Stranger, take away Dany, Liz, and her dragon. Let them accompany you in the 7 hells. Circe could swear that even when her son Joffrey passed away, her father Tywin passed away, and even when she was imprisoned in the cathedral's dungeon, she was not as pious as she was now. Cabourn, tell me quickly. Is the long night real? She then pulled Cabourn's hand and asked expectantly. The other ghosts might be real, but the long night might not be, Cabourn said hesitantly. Circe was very dissatisfied and shouted angrily, why? Those are other ghosts. The ones in old Nan's stories are so scary. The other ghosts bring the cold, take away the sun, and plunge the world into the long night. 99% of the humans have died. At this point, Circe suddenly laughed innocently like a young girl. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful number. 99%. The peasants, mobs, and beggars have all died. Your Majesty, the King's Landing, Hajien, and the Western Territory are all short of food. Even Casterly Rock is not prepared for summer due to the continuous battles, Cabourn reminded carefully. Haha, when have you heard of Lannisters starving to death? As for the peasants, the more of them die, the better. Circe laughed disdainfully. She quickly added, of course, that ugly monster Tyrion does not count. 7 gods, let that deformed devil monkey be poor and hungry to the point that he can only bite his nose. Ha ha ha, his nose is long gone, there's nothing to gnaw on. Looking at the ecstatic Empress Dowager, Kaboran broke out in cold sweat, drenching his back. He looked at the Queen Dowager's expression and cautiously said, "Your Majesty, there might be no long night." Circe's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. She pouted and complained, "How can there be no night? Old Nan's stories, the other of the ghosts of the dark of evil ghosts rock, even deviant ghosts have appeared, so why is long night gone?" Kaboran revealed an apologetic and amiable smile, as though he had stopped the long night that the Empress Dowager had been looking forward to. There is the Great Wall between the 7 kingdoms and beyond the Great Wall. There are also the Night Watchers and the Dragon Queen who is madly investing in the Great Wall. I heard that Dragonstone Island is madly mining dragon crystals, and dragon crystals suppress the other ghosts. Now that there is a united ghost resistance front, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will continue to send people to the Great Wall. Just like us, joining the united ghost resistance front will at least ensure that the mystic dragon will not burn down their castles. The Great Wall has soldiers, money, and weapons. The other ghosts will not be able to pass. But without the other ghosts, it will not bring the long night to the Westeros. He explained softly. Damn it, why is the Great Wall not collapsing? Circe cursed. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with intelligence. Just the descendants of Fry alone could form a cavalry unit. The truth is out. College violated the rights of the guests and tried to murder the Dragon Queen. Old Wade excitedly told him about how the Holy Megalosaurus sentenced College to 7 serious crimes. I told you long ago that College must be lying. Many poets in Port Lannister are singing the ballad of the mysterious knight Layla. A legendary hero like the Dragon Queen would definitely not violate the rights of the guests, Red Wade said proudly. Red Wade was Old Wade's grandson. He was only 15 years old this year and had just returned from Casterly Rock City. Old Wade had too many descendants and couldn't split them all up. In order to please their old fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, many Freys named their sons Wade and their daughters Veda, a feminine modification of the word Wade. Old Wade had more than a dozen descendants named Wade and Veda. It was easy to remember since they were all named Wade and Veda. But it was impossible to tell them apart. Therefore, according to appearance and personality, there were Black Wade, Blue Wade, Red Wade, Big Wade, Little Wade, White Veda, Fat Veda, Beautiful Veda. Other than Wade, many famous people in the 7 kingdoms were also murdered. For example, Tywin Fry, Aerys Fry, Rhaega Fry, Robert Fry, Jaime Fry, Cersei Fry. Old Marquis Wade was looked down upon all year round. He was mocked for being a nouveau riche with a 600-year-old family background. Then, every time he was mocked, he could go home and find the noble who mocked him and vent his anger. The 7 gods couldn't do anything when people hit their children. Old Wade glanced at his grandson and said calmly, "Kid, I'm happy. It has nothing to do with whether the Dragon Queen is a hero or not." "Then what are you happy about?" "Yesterday, you pulled me and asked me to tell you the story of the world's first female knight, Layla, who bravely took the crown of love and beauty." "I thought you liked her," Red Wade said, confused. "If she was a beauty, I would definitely like her." Old Wade rolled his eyes. "Everyone says she's very beautiful," Red Wade said foolishly. Cough cough. Black Wade interrupted his young uncle and said seriously, "It's because the Dragon Queen is legendary enough that the City of Learning's violation of the guests' rights is even more conspicuous. Haven't you noticed? Recently, there have been fewer and fewer comments comparing us Wade to a rat chef. That's because the City of Learning is like a giant magnetic shield, blocking us Fry and attracting the attention of the people of the 7 kingdoms. Hee hee, Big Black, you know how I feel." Old Wade showed a smile that resembled a weasel and praised him. "I heard that the Bravosi also violated the guests' rights," Blue Wade, who was in the corner of the hall, suddenly said. Blue Wade's mother was a Tyroshi. He was greatly influenced by her and adopted many Tyroshi customs. For example, he dyed his mustache blue and braided it into little braids. Because of that, he had the nickname Blue Wade. Who did you hear that from? Old Wade raised his head and squinted at the corner for a while. He finally confirmed that it was one of his great-grandsons. While patrolling, I met a sea merchant from Saltpan Town. He received a messenger crow from the other side of the narrow sea. The incident happened a few days ago and will only spread after a while. Madame Stoneheart had hanged a few frays. Wuan River City had been arranging for a fleet to search for the Brotherhood without flags along the Green Fork and Trident Rivers. Come closer and talk. Old Wade waved at Blue Wade. It was too far away and he had a hard time listening. Blue Wade walked past 2 long wooden tables and dozens of brothers and uncles who were looking over curiously. He walked to Old Wade and told him the news he had heard. Ha 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 ha, Old Wade raised his head and laughed wildly. Wonderful. This is big news that will shake the Western continent. On one side is the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos, and on the other is the world-famous Dragon Queen. They deserve to be remembered by the future generations. As for us Fry, hee. I love her to death, Dragon Queen. Third brother's wife, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, right? The daughter will be called Danny Lees, and the boy will be called Dennis. Old Wade pointed at a bearded Fry and laughed. Grandfather, my wife is about to give birth too, said a bald middle-aged man at the next table. All right, they'll all be called Danny Lees. The white one will be called White Danny, and the black one will be called Black Danny. Cough, cough, cough. After panting for a while, the old man's weasel face was full of mockery. She should continue to wander around. It would be best if she visited the 9 city-states of the Western continent and all the castles of the Westeros counts and above. Don't bring any guards. Only then will it evoke the deepest and darkest desires in everyone's hearts. When everyone did the same thing, when it became customary to violate the rights of guests, he, Wade Fry, would no longer be the most despicable one. Thinking of this, Old Wade slammed the table and shouted, "Go get a bottle of Qingting Island golden wine. Let's celebrate. Congratulations to the Dragon Queen. Congratulations to Xuecheng. Congratulations to the Great Titan." Chapter 410. Blackie first received the official identity of the Great Guardian of Light at the King's Landing, then rushed to the Old Town before the messenger crows and announced the 7 deadly sins of the City of Knowledge. This was not the lynching of the City of Knowledge by the Dragon Queen. The Great Sparrow and the Church were also officially involved in this matter. Just like when Cersei reported Marjorie, the Archbishop accepted the case and locked Marjorie up. When Dany reported the City of Knowledge, the Archbishop also accepted the case and summoned the scholars of the City of Knowledge to participate in the Church's trial. This was a tradition. If the named scholars went to the Great Wall obediently, it was equivalent to them admitting their crimes. After putting on the black robe and erasing their sins, the Church would no longer interfere. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge were captured by the bounty hunters and sent to the Great Cathedral, the Great Sparrow would teach them a lesson. After doing this, Dany's matter in the Westeros would be completely resolved. Blackie took the route from Dorne to Stonestep Islands to Lys to Volantis to Matharis to Astapor and picked up a person at Stonestep Islands. Black Sister Larissa. After the King of Dimensional Waters fleet was given to Barristan to reorganize, the mission of robbing Hathar's grain transport fleet was also completed by him. Alright, robbing was nonsense. Barristan had to guarantee 2 things. First, the old man of the Old Town spent 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of grain from the Free City and transported it safely to Crab Island and Dragonstone Island. Secondly, the fleet of the reserve White Knight Dark Star would receive the barbarians from Eastwatch and settle them in Stonestep Islands and the Land of Strife. Yes, 60%, about 120,000 tons of grain would be transported to Crab Island and then transported bit by bit from Crab Island to Crab Bay and the upstream Trident River to be handed over to Monk Meribad in Nuquin City. Let the old monk help the farmers of Hajien who did not have any grain because of the war. Once a word was spoken, it was hard to take it back. Since Dany promised Monk Meribad to save the people of Hajien, regardless of whether she was influenced by the three-eyed crow at that time, she had to keep her word. The other 80,000 tons would be sent to Dragonstone Island to be stored in case of emergency. Bull Neck Marwyn continued to follow the fleet of the Fourth White Knight, Garth. He wanted to go to Mir to buy materials to build the magic internet. Yes, the book, Valeglia's Magic Network, in the library of the City of Knowledge's main steward had been borrowed by the old man from the old town to give to Marvin. Danny planned to use Dragonstone Island's volcano to build a small magic network. The black girl, Larissa, had originally planned to find Dragon Queen to become her disciple. Naturally, she couldn't stay on Dragonstone Island. Under the guidance of the talking holy dragon, Larissa took out the steel sword, books, and strange treasures that the Dragon Queen had robbed from Lys and Volantis. Oh, 7 gods above, so many steel swords. Black Sis was stunned when she opened the package. Sigh, the Bravo's Iron Vault is the place with the most tile swords. Unfortunately, we can't snatch that place even if we want to. Dragon Queen said regretfully through Dahe's mouth. Previously, during the second negotiation at the Black and White House, Dragon Queen had asked the Iron Treasury to compensate the Reserve White Knight for mental damage and let him choose a tile steel sword. That day, Danny had promised to equip the Dark Star with a tile steel sword. But the loot was hidden in Lys and Volantis, and there was no chance to take it out. And Geralt would immediately lead the rented fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians near the docks outside the Great Wall. They might encounter ghouls and other ghosts. Danny didn't want to extort the Bravos people. She didn't lack 1 or 2 swords. She just wanted to make Geralt's trip safer. The key keeper was also very straightforward. After understanding the Dragon Queen's idea, he immediately agreed. Then the fat man, Bersallo, personally brought Geralt to the Iron Vault and let him choose. 800 swords. There were 3,000 tile steel weapons in the world, and only 227 in the Westeros. The rest were mostly in the free cities. Bravos alone had more than 800 swords. Knives, swords, axes, spears, daggers, they had everything. At that time, Danny really understood how rich the Iron Vault was. Or rather, how profitable the faceless business was. Bersallo didn't want to hide the Iron Vault's wealth. Father Ma deliberately lived in a broken house, drank porridge, ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and then said that he lived a hard life and was a poor man. Would you believe it? Even the barbarians knew that the Iron Vault hid more than half of the world's gold. What was the point of hiding it? When Geralt was shocked and asked how the Iron Treasury was able to collect so many tile steel swords, the fat keykeeper also bluntly said, more than half of them were faceless ones' remuneration. Tile steel swords were a hard currency that far surpassed gold. They were easy to carry and were not that eye-catching. In fact, if it doesn't involve extraordinary power, tile steel swords have the same effect as Coer fine steel swords except that they are lighter. Only the Westeros knights like to use tile steel swords as weapons. In the free cities, tile steel swords are mostly used as payment for large transactions. The fat man, Bersallo, said. In fact, it was reasonable to think about it. Killing the infant Dragon Queen would cost 5 million gold royals. Dozens of tons of gold would need to be loaded into a large ship. Transporting it over thousands of miles was too ostentatious and too dangerous. As for opening an account with the Iron Vault, after depositing the gold from Slave Bay in Volantis, the Iron Vault charged the Dragon Queen 13% of the processing fee. 1 million gold royals and 130,000 gold royals to the Iron Vault. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. To be honest, after knowing that the Iron Vault had 800 tile steel swords, Danny regretted it for a moment. She should have tried to get Geralt to hire 1 or 2 mercenary groups and set them up near the Iron Vault. With Blackie's help, maybe they could try robbing the Iron Vault. Well, the Iron Vault was built under a rocky mountain. The tunnel was narrow and deep. 2 dragons would not be able to rob the bank. Other than retrieving the spoils of war, Blackie also had the task of observing the movements of the Allied army. To be honest, Danny initially thought that a world war would not break out. Slave Bay and Queers were separated by the Purgatory Wasteland. It was more than 2,000 kilometers by land. Volantis was even further away from Slave Bay. Even if they risked crossing Valeglia, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. How long would it take for the Allied army of 100,000 to travel? How much pressure would the logistics be? Taking the sea route from New Gith, facing the Dragon Queen who had absolute control of the air, the blood of the Allied army could dye the Sea of Sorrows red. At that time, Danny felt that even if the Allied army was determined and had thousands of ships transporting resources, the war would only break out a year later. A year later, even the long night would come. What was the point of fighting? Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. The Allied army had already set off. Half of the fleet in Volantis port was gone. They had most likely sailed to New Gith. The navy would use New Gith as a bridgehead to attack Slave Bay. On the wide Valeglia road from Volantis to Materis, it was not packed with people. But every 10 kilometers, hundreds and thousands of mercenaries could be seen. The elephant carts, horse carriages, and ox carts that transported food formed a line that stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers. Screech Dahe carried 2 big bags and whizzed past the mercenaries 400 meters above their heads. Ah, Demon Dragon is attacking. Quickly push out the dragon-slaying crossbow. The mercenaries were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. They moved quickly and had a clear division of labor. Some of the archers opened the curtains on the carriages and pushed out the dragon-slaying crossbows. They adjusted the angle of the shooting holes and searched for the megalosaurus in the sky. The rest of the people spread out and hid in the fields on both sides of the black stone road to avoid the concentrated fire of the megalosaurus. I am the great guardian of light, I am the holy light, ah! The giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth to speak. It was too shocking. The mercenaries screamed in fear. While they were still far away from the shooting range, the Dragon Slayer crossbows were already shooting out bolts after bolts. The demon dragon is speaking. Gods! The mercenaries panicked. Some of them even cried. Seeing how terrified they were, Danny suddenly lost the mood to act cool. She said, Dragon Mother is virtuous. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is the road to death. The sea of blood is boundless. Turn back and you will be saved. Good, good. Then she left without looking back. Alright, this was already very pretentious. The black girl Larissa and the mercenaries below were all stunned. They were deeply shocked. Some of them even fell into deep thought, wondering if they should turn back and you will be saved. The sea of blood is boundless. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Flying over the plains of the Rhone River, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sun above them was covered with a thick layer of cotton. Blackie entered the land of long summer. The sky was gray, and the barren land was covered with brown and red weeds. A straight Valeglia road led to Materis. There were no demons. The mercenaries and caravans were endless on the black stone road, but none of them had been attacked by the demons. The scene outside Materis city shocked Danny even more. Thousands of tents of various colors suddenly sprouted on the plains outside the city like mushrooms after the rain. There were also at least 30 square formations of thousands of people practicing martial arts. One of the elephant soldier phalanxes actually had over 1,000 giant elephants charging in a line. Almost every giant elephant had a crossbow installed on its back. Perhaps there were not enough dragon-slaying crossbows. More than half of the elephants were only carrying a normal crossbow. The demon dragon is attacking. Soon, someone noticed the black dragon circling in the sky. Woo woo woo, the horn sounded, and the camp that stretched for 10 kilometers was in an uproar. The infantrymen raised their shields to protect the archers. The ballistae lifted the tarpaulin and arranged themselves into a circular formation to protect the soldiers. Squeak Blackie flew over the elephant herd. The dragon's might was fully displayed. It was domineering and unrestrained. Ong, 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 the elephant herd was indeed in a commotion. They stomped their hooves, raised their noses, flapped their big ears, and let out dense cries that sounded like a whistle. However, although the elephant herd was stomping back and forth, they were basically under the control of the elephant soldiers. They did not run around randomly. According to the people of the wind-blowing group, the elephant soldiers came from the Jade Walrus Island. Could it be that they had special elephant controlling skills? Or was the dragon's might too weak because of the distance? A few thoughts appeared in Danny's mind. However, she did not dare to go down and verify it. The crossbow on the elephant's back was already loaded and aimed at the sky. Impossible! Danny was shocked by the elephant herd's reaction. In the yurt below Matera's city, a girl was even more shocked. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her perky buttocks like a waterfall. A dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin fixed her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. She had a tall nose, exquisite five senses, and deep blue eyes that surpassed her age. There was also that golden priest robe. On the back of the robe was a burning volcano with smoke rising in spirals. A megalosaurus with a sword in its claws was circling the peak of the mountain. It was the emblem of the Balerian family, the head of the 14 fire peaks. This girl who was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression was Jenny Balerian, the archpriestess Orlos who was once possessed by an evil god. In the previous battle, she had clearly exploded into millions of dragon worms, but she still survived. Moreover, not only did she not die, she came to Materis and got involved with the alliance. The black dragon is at least 500 meters away from the ground. How can it still affect the giant elephant that has been soaked in dragon blood? A two-headed demon beside Jenny said with a serious expression. The man was in his early 30s and was almost 2 meters tall. He had fluffy silver hair that fell over his shoulders and light purple eyes. His appearance and dressing were a bit like Brad Pitt in the stills of Troy. However, he had 2 heads. One of them had shrunk into a thick layer of pale skin and was stuck between the man's left shoulder and neck. Demigod. The black dragon has the aura of a demigod, Jenny said with difficulty. Chapter 4:11. Demigod? Are you saying that the black dragon is already a demigod? The two-headed demon exclaimed, he is only 2 years old, he is not even an adult yet. Danny Reese does not know how to let the megalosaurus practice meditation. How did he become a demigod? I am not sure. Jenny's beautiful face was gloomy. The last time we met was only 2 months ago. The black dragon does not know meditation and is not a demigod. In just 2 months, not only did he learn the Grand Wizard's meditation, he also condensed a 9-colored whirlpool in his mind and stepped into the demigod realm. Are you sure? The black dragon has already condensed the perfect meditation technique? The two-headed demon said in disbelief. I created the meditation technique, how can I be wrong? Jenny's voice suddenly changed, from a clear and melodious girl's voice to a mixture of thousands of voices. It was strange, low, and cold, as if it was going to drill into the depths of one's soul through one's ears, making the strong man's hair stand on end. The two-headed demon shivered, lowered his head and said respectfully, Please forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not know you were here. Danny Reese is not simple. She learned without a teacher and mastered the skill of copying the foundation of meditation. Jenny did not even look at him, she kept looking up at the black dragon hovering in the sky, but her voice returned to a clear and melodious girl's voice. Then did she discover the secret of overclocking? The two-headed demon asked worriedly. Look, the black dragon is full of energy, it looks like he has overclocked. Jenny laughed. Phew, that's good. The two-headed demon sighed in relief. The black dragon is close to a demigod. If he overclocks with Danny Reese, she will definitely step into the demigod realm. Your Majesty, we have to get rid of the black dragon before Danny Reese masters the secret of overclocking. Otherwise, killing the black dragon in the future is the same as helping her, or even helping her walk on the path of godhood like you. Jenny frowned and said, You are right, we have to kill the black dragon who can match her dragon spirit as soon as possible. But the black dragon is very cautious and always stays above 500 meters in the sky. Benny, what do you suggest? Why don't you walk out and let the black dragon see you? The Megalosaurus has always been stupid and impulsive. Perhaps it will fly down and attack you. Benny said carefully. You want me to be bait? Jenny pondered for a while and then stepped out of the small yurt. She opened her mouth but didn't make any sound. However, a powerful soul fluctuation was transmitted to 1 kilometer away and was clearly received by Blackie. Evil dragon, I am the dragon god. Hurry up and kneel down. Hiss, Dahe and Danny were both shocked. Dahe and Danny combined and turned into the chatty holy Megalosaurus. Dear 7 gods of light, Jenny, you're not dead. But this time, Xinglong had no intention of chatting with his old friend. He turned around and found traces of Jenny on the ground. After confirming that the other party could use soul voice transmissions even from over 1,000 meters away, Xinglong turned around and fled without hesitation. He flew away from Matteris as fast as he could. Evildoer, I, the radiant holy dragon, will deal with you sooner or later. Before leaving, Danny left a threat. Well, people were stubborn. Jenny was dumbfounded. She was shocked by the black dragon's straightforwardness and was also shocked that he could speak. The demon dragon spoke. The tens of thousands of soldiers below screamed in shock. They didn't know that a certain Xinglong was terrified when he saw that they outnumbered him. They were all terrified because it was the first time they heard a Megalosaurus speak. The holy Megalosaurus only used its mouth to speak. In terms of pretentiousness, it was several levels lower than Jenny's soul voice transmissions, but the effect was dozens of levels higher. Especially the Megalosaurus's voice was majestic and holy, full of vigor. Black Dragon can actually speak? Even the two-headed demon, Benny Mirosis, was stunned. Jenny was also shocked and confused, but she didn't show it. She forced herself to calm down and said, in the last era, dragons were born with the ability to speak origin language. However, the Veleglia Megalosaurus was a creation of blood magic. Even if its bloodline was restored, its flying speed, strength, physique, dragon flames, and intelligence were exactly the same as the ancient Megalosaurus, it was still unable to inherit the origin language. In this aspect, it's not as good as the pterosaurs and dragon worms. They all know some origin language. But the black dragon speaks the Veleglia language, not the origin language. Humans can't understand origin language. Benny still couldn't understand. Origin language is a language that praises the earth and mountains. It's a secondary language of songs. Only natural spiritual beings can speak and listen. It's not that humans can't understand it, but it requires too much talent. Very few people can understand it. Language of songs? The two-headed demon Benny was even more confused. He was a direct descendant of the third fire peak, Mirosis. Matteris belonged to Mirosis for generations, just like how Orlos belonged to Beleriand, and Telia belonged to Vargas. In the land of long summer, other than the capital Veleglia, there were 3 city-states directly under it. They belonged to the top 3 families of the 14 fire peaks. These 3 families were all descendants of gods. Their ancestors were the 3 gods that the people of Veleglia believed in, Beleriand, Vargas, and Mirosis. The Megalosaurus of Aegon the Conqueror was named after these 3 gods. Benny was the king of Matteris. His status was only second to Jenny Beleriand. He knew the secrets of the dragon spirit, overclocking fusion, and how the great wizard of Veleglia became an undying god. However, he had never heard of the language of songs. It wasn't that the Mirosis family didn't know as many secrets as Beleriand, nor did Jenny know about the language of songs. However, Jenny wasn't just Jenny now. There was no doubt that Beleriand knew all of Veleglia's secrets. Jenny looked at the black dragon that was gradually disappearing at the end of her line of sight and said faintly, "The Creator played the Grand Symphony and built the world from nothingness. Every melody in the Grand Symphony turned into time, space, and matter of the world. This is the origin of the world. In the first batch of creatures born in the world, some of them were divine creatures. I call them Holy Spirits. They could listen to the melody in the great music and gradually comprehend their own songs. Even the melody itself was spiritual. It evolved from a part of the great music into a complete song. For example, Lalo from the Song of Fire. The era before the first era belonged to the singers, to the gods, and the singers were the gods. The gods sang their own songs and formed a chorus with the other gods. This made the world prosperous and colorful. The Song of Law was the language of the gods. It was called the language of songs by the first era supernaturals. The melody of the great music was open to all creatures. The Holy Spirits understood and mastered the Song of Law. Other creatures were not as divine as the Holy Spirits. After listening to the melody of the great music, they could not learn their own songs. They could only instinctively record the chorus of the gods in their souls. Therefore, the original language was called the lesser language of songs. In fact, our Valeglia meditation rune was also a lesser language of songs. All the basic meditation runes of the human schools were lesser language of songs. The world played the great music. The gods listened to the melody of the great music and created their own Song of Law. When the humans were born, the gods had already formed a chorus. We could only listen to their songs and hope to find the original melody from their songs. Valeglia's meditation rune was fundamentally a lesser language of songs of fire. The fire mages were a level lower than the great wizards of Valeglia. They listened to my songs, the lesser of songs. Unlike the Targaryens, Miracis was truly one of Valeglia's own people. Jenny's explanation was very detailed, almost as if she was teaching. Well, to understand the difference between the Targaryens, Miracis, and Balerion, one could look at the Manchu regime. Before the rise of Valeglia, they were nomads in the land of long summer. A very weak, inferior, and primitive people. Valeglia equals Manchu's 14 Fire Peak families equals Eisenjorno's 8 great families. Valeglia equals Majar, Tonga, Guer, Fucha, Nala, Nuhuru, Waya, and other great families. Targaryens equals Manchu's Valerian, Setiga equals Manchu's hereditary Manchus. The people of the world ruled by Valeglia equals, well, everyone knows that. The free fortresses of Valeglia spread all over the world equals Banner City. Among the great cities of the Celestial Empire, the Targaryens were arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of the 14 Fire Peak families, they were nothing. 400 years ago, the Targaryens' self-exile to Dragonstone Island was equivalent to the Emperor's royal guard in the Forbidden City being banished to the Ningu Tower. Well, at least the Targaryens still had a few dragons. They definitely deserved the title of royal guard. The black dragon was hatched from an Asha stone egg. I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened the source language from the depths of his bloodline, but he can speak the Valeglia language freely and fluently. The doubt on Jenny's face turned serious, and she said, "This means that his intelligence must be very high, surpassing the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. This is very scary." Benny had an idea, and asked, "Is it possible that Danny Lilith is speaking through the mouth of the Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit?" "Impossible," Jenny immediately shook her head in denial, and said with certainty, "A dragon spirit is not a shapeshifter, and a Megalosaurus is not a normal animal companion. The will of a Megalosaurus cannot be distorted, and the dignity of a Megalosaurus cannot be blasphemed. We can only merge with the soul of a Megalosaurus and tell them what to do, but we can't control their body and usurp their will. Maybe Danny Lilith is in the form of a dragon spirit, and her soul is in the black dragon's soul realm. Maybe the black dragon's words are relayed to her, but the black dragon must have spoken by himself. Well, even the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years have never heard of two souls in one body and dual cultivation of ice and fire." Benny said, "Only holy spirits can comprehend their own songs from the grand movement, and become true gods from there." Then, is it possible that Danny Lilith is a natural holy spirit? "It should be," Jenny nodded, and said with certainty, "Since the birth of the first batch of living beings, for more than 10 million years of the first era, not a single holy spirit was born. But there are always exceptions. After the calamity of the long night, the second era began. As if blessed by fate, the land of long summer gave birth to 3 holy spirits, namely me, Vargas, and Milaris, triplets, 3 brothers. After 6,000 years, not a single Holy Spirit was born. Maybe us three brothers are the only Holy Spirits who can listen to the grand movement. But Dani Lilith is the pinnacle of blood witchcraft in Valeglia. She only exists in prophecies, and is a miracle that cannot happen in theory. There is no doubt that her talent is better than mine and my two brothers. So, I guess she is also a Holy Spirit. So, Dani Lilith can also become a true god? Benny was shocked. True god? Jenny laughed bitterly. You think I am a true god? Of course you are a true god, even Lalo has to submit to you, Benny said respectfully. Bullshit. The delicate priestess's face suddenly twisted, and she burst out. Chapter 4:12. Jenny clenched her fists and growled, thousands of years ago, I took the Song of Fire from Lalo, but I couldn't sing my own Song of Fire. 5,000 years ago, I was at the peak of demigod, 1 foot in the door of true God. 5,000 years later, I'm still a demigod, and that foot in the door of true God hasn't moved forward at all. The rules of the world have changed, and I'm not sure if it's because of the gods or because the rules have changed. Anyway, since the first era, the world we live in no longer allows the birth of true gods. My understanding of the Song of Fire is 10 times more than Lalo, and I have the help of Vargas and Mirasis. I was born to be the first human to become a true god, the god of fire. But look at me now, I'm neither dead nor alive, and I'm in an awkward situation. And the once glorious Valeglia is in ruins, and the 14 fire peaks are almost wiped out. Lalo is still on the throne, and he's even become the king of light. Benny seemed to feel the same way, and he was also angry. Can Dani Rise help you take the last step? He asked expectantly. I don't know. You don't know? Benny raised his voice. Then what are we doing? I said, this world doesn't allow mortals to become true gods. I'm not sure if Dani Rise can help me break the barrier. But if I fuse with her bloodline and soul, I'll be free from the seal, and it'll be easy to break the curse of the land of summer. Just like what I predicted 400 years ago. When she said this, Jenny's voice and tone changed again. It wasn't a mix of multiple voices, but an old male voice, exactly the same as the great wizard Dani met when she crossed the river of time in the Immortal Palace and arrived at the Valeglia Wizard Tower. Benny knew the state of Jenny, so he wasn't surprised by her change in tone and address. Your prediction back then was wrong. The girl who awakened the legendary bloodline wasn't born in the Belarus family of the first fire peak, he said hesitantly. A look of reminiscence appeared on Jenny's face as she slowly explained, when I communicated with her that day, I didn't know that the two of us were separated by 400 years on the timeline. He could only vaguely sense Belarus's aura on her, so he guessed that she was a girl from the first fire peak who had just awakened her dragon spirit talent. When I went to the first fire peak and asked Chief Belarus, I found out that there was no such person in his family. This aroused my suspicion. After all, it was a dragon spirit. After that, I organized all the wizards in the Wizard Council. After expending a huge amount of manpower and material resources to extract information related to her spiritual fluctuations from the magic ball of the Adept Tower, they finally noticed the traces of time. I also discovered that her soul fluctuations are very special. She has awakened a top-level bloodline that far surpasses that of a dragon spirit. Speaking of this, Jenny couldn't help but sigh, and helplessly said, although the moon chants meditation technique was referenced in the process of improving the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, our 9-colored vortex was modeled after the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus is too slow when it comes to prophecies, time, and the future. It's inferior to the moon chant, and it's far inferior to the Green Prophet of the Westeros. The believers of the Light King are also very proficient in prophecies. They can foresee danger, Benny said. Hee, you say that because you have never seen the terror of the Green Prophet. Jenny sneered. Then, she explained in detail, the so-called prophecies are just a trace of spiritual consciousness that enters the timeline in a certain way and observes the future. The tenacity and mysteriousness of the Green Prophet's soul is unparalleled in the world. They can even ignore space and travel freely in the timeline. Not to mention the red-robed wizard, even Lalo himself can't do this. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I know the taboo that no dragon king can take half a step into the Westeros. I also know that Valeglia conquered Sosros, conquered the barren lands, conquered Asha, and even went deep into the easternmost dark land to build a fortress in the desert where evil gods wreak havoc. But I never thought of conquering the Westeros that are close at hand. Benny recalled the secrets he saw in the ancient books passed down in his family, and couldn't help but ask curiously, but the process of Targaryen conquering the Westeros was very smooth. They weren't obstructed by the Green Prophet, and just 3 dragons were able to unify the 7 kingdoms. Hee, look at the end of Targaryen. Jenny's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Their family raised dragons for more than 6,000 years, but they ruled the Westeros for only 100 years before the dragons became extinct, and their clansmen died out. In Valeglia, Targaryen was known for being sophisticated and cautious. But the moment he ascended the Iron Throne, his entire family went crazy. That's because Targaryen's foundation is shallow. Once a villain achieved success, he became rampant and forgot his original identity and the modesty that he should have. Benny said with disdain. What if I told you that in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, at least 50 Dragon King disappeared while exploring the Westeros, both humans and Megalosaurus disappeared without a trace. There were even 5 great wizards who went crazy while riding dragons to search for the remains of the old gods. Would you still think so? Jenny said lightly. How is this possible? Benny's face was pale as he said in a low voice, aren't the great wizards invincible in the world? The great wizards are also divided into ranks. The 14 Fire Peak families can't guarantee that every generation will have a child with the talent of the dragon spirit. What's even more frightening is that we have never met the Green Prophet face to face since ancient times. We didn't even have the chance to fight, and those great wizards died without knowing what happened. Jenny sighed. Benny's face was ugly as he said, so, with Dany Rise's talent, she will definitely be the strongest wizard in history in the future? Obviously, she is. Jenny nodded without hesitation and said, give her 30 years, even if she doesn't get the remaining inheritance of the great wizards, she will still surpass all the great wizards of the past. At that time, even the Green Prophet won't be able to plot against her. But she hasn't been practicing for long, she only learned meditation for 2 months. How can she come and go freely in the Westeros? I don't know. Jenny was also puzzled. When I heard that she appeared in the Westeros, I thought she wouldn't come back. Could it be that the Green Prophet of this generation is her relative and let her live? He. As if she was really happy that the Dragon Queen had escaped, Jenny actually joked happily in the end. This is good, very good. I really want to know what special abilities the bloodline above the dragon spirit has. She licked her lips and looked greedily in the direction of Slavery Bay. Benny felt that Lady Jenny seemed to be too optimistic and couldn't help but remind her tactfully, Your Majesty, since the Black Dragon has become a demigod, should we revise our plan? If we only feed the ghost grass mixed with dragon worm blood, the elephants and horses won't be immune to the Black Dragon's aura. Don't worry, I am the Dragon God, the ancestor of the second Megalosaurus. I have 10,000 ways to deal with the Megalosaurus, Jenny said confidently. Benny's heart skipped a beat and he asked, can we repeat the blood witchcraft from 6,000 years ago and use the pterosaur and dragon worm to create the Megalosaurus again? Your Majesty, we actually still have many clansmen. Orlos, Materis, Illyria, Tauros, they are Valeglia's colonies. Many of the direct bloodlines of the 14 Fire Peaks have survived to this day. There is also Volantis, the nobles of the Black Wall are all pure-blooded descendants of the Dragon King. Not to mention restoring the prosperity of Valeglia, the descendants of the Dragon King should at least have their own dragons. I can't do it. Jenny shook her head regretfully. Why? Has the witchcraft been lost? Benny asked a silly question. Blood witchcraft was invented by Jenny. How could it be lost? Unless she lost her memory. Because the rules have changed. Because Dany Rise already has 4 dragons. I can understand that the rules have changed. The two-headed demon nodded thoughtfully. Then, he asked doubtfully, but what does this have to do with Danny Rise's dragons? Dragons are the ceiling of an individual's power. They are the bridge that connects the astral plane and the real world. Dragons are also the bearings of the seasons and the pillars that support the sea of magic. The world needs dragons. The gods need dragons. That is why the Megalosaurus was born. Seeing that Benny was still confused, Jenny's eyes flashed. She asked, "Have you ever thought of a question? Why are there no dragons in other places except Valeglia?" Isn't it to maintain the supremacy of Valeglia? Did you and your ancestors kill all the dragons of other forces? Benny asked awkwardly. Even you can think like that. Are all the forces with dragons stupid? Did they not destroy us before Valeglia rose? Jenny smiled faintly. Then where did the dragons go? They died long ago. They were killed off before the long night. Otherwise, the first long night would not have been so difficult. It lasted for nearly 20 years and 99% of the humans died. Think carefully. Do you see any dragons in the story of Yesor Ahai? This. Benny was shocked and said in disbelief, "If there are no dragons, how did Yesor Ahai create the magic sword? How did you and your two ancestors create dragons with blood magic? You shouldn't be so ignorant." Jenny frowned and looked at the king of Matharis, who was a little dazed. Asha's magic has never disappeared. Don't you know why? Is the 14th Fire Peak also a place of divine projection? Benny was shocked. If the 14th Fire Peak is just a normal volcano, why would we waste thousands of years to excavate it? Does Valeglia need gold? The corners of Jenny's mouth curled up into a sneer. The entire world is ours. What's the difference between gold and scrap metal? Oh, I'm wrong. Gold is not as good as scrap metal. We can make steel into steel. Steel should be more valuable than gold, right? This was also what Danny was confused about. People all over the world said that the people of Valeglia dug for gold in the 14th Fire Peak. There's no point in regretting. We have to seize the moment. A cold look flashed in Benny's eyes as he sneered. Danny Rise definitely didn't know what was waiting for her at Slave Bay. Maybe the Alliance doesn't even need to attack Myrene City. She would have died in the plague. No, for 6,000 years, Valeglia has never stopped optimizing the bloodline genes. P.S. Other than our exquisite godlike appearance, we Valeglia also have an extraordinary physique that is almost immune to diseases, Jenny said. But the gray scale disease is different. That is the curse of Mother Roan, just like. Benny stroked the second head on his neck with a sinister look. Just like this. Even the supreme Miracis bloodline couldn't resist the curse of the gods. Benny, you are of noble birth. But in terms of bloodline, you don't have the qualifications to be compared to Danny Rise. Even I can't compare to her, Jenny said calmly. Hearing that, Benny's handsome face contorted. The anger in his eyes almost materialized and flowed out. But he knew the identity of the person in front of him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a muffled voice, "The corpse transport ship of the Alliance is about to reach Slave Bay. Shouldn't we prepare early? If we really cause a great plague in the 3 cities of Slave Bay, wouldn't Danny Rise take revenge on us? The Alliance can secretly throw stones into the wells of Myrene, Kayuan, and Astapor. She has a dragon and can throw the gray-scale disease victims in any corner of New Gith, Volantis, or even Matharis in a day. The Alliance is sure that she doesn't know about this," Jenny said with a sly smile. "What if we are discovered? The land of long summer is already shrouded in a curse. There won't be any more outbreaks. Also, do you know how the gray-scale disease came about?" Jenny asked. Benny immediately replied, 2,000 years ago, when Mother Roan caused a great flood, her divine power overflowed. Together with her resentment and the curse of the Roan, a terrible virus was born. That virus is the source of the gray-scale disease today. Since the gray scale disease appeared 2,000 years ago, would Valeglia turn a blind eye to it? Or is there nothing she can do? Jenny said proudly. The legendary incurable gray scale disease actually has a cure? Why hasn't it been spread out? Benny was shocked and suspicious. What does the life and death of others have to do with Valeglia? Jenny said coldly. What about the alliance? Benny was confused. A sinister look flashed in Jenny's blue eyes. She laughed softly. Benny, do you really think that I treat the alliance as an ally? Are they worthy? From the beginning, they were used as sacrifices. I only want to borrow their army to win this war. I don't care if the 9 free cities, New Gith, and Queers are destroyed in the plague. Chapter 4:13. A seagull spread its gray wings and painted a leisurely figure in the clear blue sky. It looked down at the white sails on the sea and finally slid into the red brick city of Astapor. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the orange wine slowly approached the Astapor pier. The hot sea breeze from the land blew the blonde hair of the dwarf on the side of the ship. We're about to see your aunt, why do you still look so sad? You're not me, you don't have to worry about losing your head. Aunt and nephew hugging each other and crying, what a touching scene. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Tyrion said to the young man beside him with a smile. The summer sea was hot, and Tyrion and the young man were dressed much the same, a thin linen tunic untucked at the chest, silk breeches up to the knees, and leather sandals. The young man was thin and well-proportioned. He was 17 or 18 years old, with long silver hair and violet eyes. He was a handsome man with a feminine temperament. The sailors and passengers on the Orange Wine called him Little Griffin, knowing that he had come to Slave Bay with his father, Old Griffin, and a few followers. It was said that Little Griffin's aunt had made a fortune in the Slave Bay Liberation War. You warned me that I would look like a beggar if I went to see her empty-handed, Little Griffin said gloomily. Without a doubt, you're a beggar compared to her, and it's not shameful to know that. In front of such a ruthless person, your father is not much different from a beggar. The little devil laughed. My father is a true dragon, and so am I. My right of inheritance is higher than hers. Little Griffin growled. That's where the problem lies. Your father is dead, and all that's left of you is the illusory inheritance that no one recognizes. She's the mother of the 4 dragons, the queen of Slavers Bay, the Valkyrie of the battlefield, the devil of slave traders all over the world, and the savior of suffering slaves, Misha. The little devil looked at the great pyramid bathed in golden sunlight and sighed, look, such a magnificent building, but it's only one of her palaces. It's said that in Kayuan and Myrene, there's a magnificent pyramid as the queen's palace. The Westeros are her hometown. The Red Castle is her home, our home, young Griffin emphasized. A home where I never slept for a night or had breakfast, a home that only exists in my imagination. As expected, Tyrion was once again delighted to see the young prince's face turn red from anger, but he was speechless. The imp couldn't help but think of Joffrey, who often flew into a rage because of her. I really have a talent for infuriating princes. However, this feeling was really good. This was the only bit of fun left in the boring sea trip. He thought. But when the imp thought of Joffrey, he restrained the smile at the corners of his mouth. It was fun to see the princes being provoked, but it was also very painful to see the princes slap him. Not only was it painful, but it could also take his life. He had to learn his lesson. So, he hurriedly comforted him, actually, there's nothing bad about being a beggar. At least, your pitiful state can evoke my aunt's pity, and she might even give you a dragon. I don't want to rely on acting pitiful to gain her sympathy. Young Griffin was even angrier, the veins on his neck bulging. She's my aunt, she will marry me and become my wife. Dragons have 3 heads, I don't need her to give me one, I was originally one of the heads. The imp slapped his forehead and moaned, look, what did old Griffin say to you? At this moment, a small boat with a green dragon flag on a black background approached the galleon. The small boat sailed parallel to the side of the ship, and a customs officer wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with blue stripes stood at the bow of the boat, holding a copper horn and shouting, "Where did this merchant ship come from, and what goods are they transporting?" There was also a green dragon on the customs officer's chest, but it was a green dragon with its wings spread, not the red three-headed black dragon of the Targaryen family. The galleon lowered a rope ladder, pulling the customs officer and two unsullied onto the deck and into the cargo hold below. A trace of unease and suspicion rose in young Griffin's heart. He retracted his gaze and forced himself to be calm. "What, is there something wrong? There are only two Targaryens left, me and her. According to custom, we will join forces with the Aegon siblings and take back the Iron Throne together. Besides, Lord Illyrio told me personally that my aunt needs help, she needs me." She once wrote to Illyrio, asking about the prophecy of dragons having 3 heads, and even planned to invite Count Valerian to become a dragon knight. "That's why I rejected your suggestion to immediately bring the troops back to the country. The Golden Band only has 10,000 men, at most they can take down the Stormlands. What I want is the Iron Throne, not Storm's End." And, on the way from the Lorne River to Volantis, Tyrion had repeatedly urged young Griffin to bring the Golden Band to Dorne, and then join forces with Dorne's uncle Dowlord to go south to the Stormlands and fight all the way to the King's Landing. Tyrion was slowly turning evil. Because of the inner demons of patricide, he could not hold back and wanted to find his horse sister for revenge as soon as possible. According to the original plot, young Griffin really was tricked away. Tyrion himself stayed behind and was captured by Jorah Mormont, who went to the brothel to seek comfort. But the butterfly effect caused by Dany was too great. First of all, she was not as heartless as the original Dany Lilith. Not only did she not feel guilty about taking Illyrio's 3 ships and several 100,000 gold royals worth of goods, she even forgot about it not long after. The first thing Dany did was to ask the sea merchants of Pentos to deliver a letter for her. While promising to double the compensation for the spice seller, she also explained the general situation at Slaves Bay. After all, Illyrio was nominally funding the restoration of the country and was Dany's investor. If she changed the project, she should at least inform the investor. Illyrio knew that she needed dragon knights, Dany was deliberately probing, and also knew that she did not have any plans to take back the Iron Throne. Before the next summer, she would not return to the Westeros. Naturally, Illyrio did not let the Golden Band go to Volantis to wait for the Dragon Queen. Young Griffin could not bring the Golden Band to change their route halfway. There was also another reason. This Dany was more capable than the original Dany Lilith. Her actions were spectacular and resonated with the heavens and earth. The World Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance had been formed. Illyrio, Varys, Jon and Clinton were not stupid. They all knew that the Dragon Queen's most urgent problem was to deal with the Alliance. Therefore, they all came to a consensus: let young Griffin go to Slaves Bay to cultivate his relationship with his aunt and strive to become a dragon knight. Wait for the Dragon Queen to defeat the Alliance, wait for the Megalosaurus to grow up. The 3 dragons were only 2 years old. They believed that dragons were too young to take on such great responsibilities. Wait for winter to pass, and then go and conquer the Westeros. They said the same words that Dany had said to the guests at the tournament banquet. After defeating the Alliance, the Dragon Queen would naturally be the first empress in the world, and the Westeros would be as easy as taking something out of their pockets. Losing the battle was not scary either. The aunt and nephew rode their dragons back to Dragonstone Island, taking the same path as the Aegon siblings. Thus, the plot was completely changed. Young Griffin came to Slaves Bay to seek refuge with Aunt Dany. Piers 13, 2 silver coins per day as management fee. The Orange Wine ship will rent the pier for a total of 12 days, a total of 24 silver coins. The customs inspector had already led 2 unsullied people to check the cargo hold. He was holding a pen and quickly writing on a document that was padded with wooden boards. The captain of Volantis took out 24 silver coins from his money bag and handed it to the unsullied person. He asked curiously, "I heard from a friend that if you buy a certain amount of goods in Astapor, you can get a subsidy from the customs when you leave?" "That's right. If you buy 100 gold coins worth of goods, Her Majesty the Queen will give you 10 to 50 gold coins, the Green Dragon T-shirt inspector said. The 7 gods above, give us 50 gold royals. The little demon on the side shouted. How high are the profits of the merchants in Astapor? How much tax do they have to pay to the Dragon Queen? Not all goods and merchants can get half of the subsidy. The price of goods in Astapor is lower than that of the free cities. Not only does the Queen not receive much tax, she also has to pay more than 100,000 gold coins every month, the inspector said seriously. The Volantis merchant also nodded in agreement. The price of white sugar and refined salt in Astapor is only half of Volantis, but the quality is 10 times higher. It's as white as snow and as fine as sand. There's no impurities at all. Little Griffin walked over and asked curiously, then what is the Dragon Queen after? Look, the customs inspector pointed at the busy dock. In the past, it was hard to see an elephant carriage on that street. There were even no foreign merchants or pedestrians for a few days. Now, it's 10,000 times more prosperous. Even if the United Nations clamors to seal off Slavers Bay, in reality, the sea merchants that come to the summer sea will come to buy goods and replenish their dried fruits and fresh water. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and looked around. The dock and streets were almost the same as Volantis. The ships were like Baker on the beach, and merchants and tourists were walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm also wondering why there are so many people in Astapor when the Allied army is sharpening their swords. He was puzzled. Slavers Bay is the Queen's bathtub. With the Megalosaurus soaring in the sky, the Allied fleet doesn't even dare to enter the Sea of Sorrow, the customs inspector said proudly. Slavers Bay could be seen as a crooked gourd. The head of the gourd was Myrene, the upper half of the gourd was Slavers Bay, and the Astapor Peninsula was stuck on the gourd's waist. The Sea of Sorrow was the lower half of the gourd, and New Gith was on the bottom of the gourd, connected to the summer sea. The customs inspector was bragging. Chapter 4:14. You are. The customs inspector carefully looked at the old black man who was pulling him. His face was old, and his hair was gray and sparse. He was a very ordinary old black man, but on the cuffs of his sky-blue silk robe, there was a thumb-sized flame symbol embroidered. Are you a fire mage? Suddenly, an amiable smile bloomed on his face, and his tone and attitude were as warm as the spring breeze. I am Wood, the fire mage, the strongest fire mage in Volantis. The old black man seemed to be bragging as he told the truth. After the first young man in the western continent, Lisbon, died tragically in the hands of mercenaries, Old Wood did not become the new number one. He was too old, and his inheritance was not good enough. However, in the Fire Mages faction, he had become the undisputed number one. At least the number one in Volantis. The customs inspector's body shook violently, and his face changed greatly. He quickly handed the document and ink pen to the Unsullied behind him. He took a step forward and asked respectfully and expectantly, "Is this true? Master, can you make wildfire?" Wood saw his expression, and he had an idea in his heart. He flicked his sleeves, raised his head and said coldly, "In the streets of Volantis, I don't know how many people know my name. How can it be fake? As for wildfire, it's an entry-level thing. After the age of 18, I don't dare play with it." This was another big truth. Wood had made a living on the docks and streets of Volantis for decades. There were at least 8,000 spectators who had seen him perform fire magic. "Master, do you want to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment of Her Majesty the Dragon Lady? My name is Donder, and I can take you to the Great Pyramid." The customs inspector's mouth almost cracked into a big banner that said, "Welcome, welcome. Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment." This name was very high, and it sounded pretty good. Old Wood was satisfied, but there was no expression on his face. He nodded reservedly and asked, "Is the Queen in Astapor now?" "She just came back yesterday," the customs inspector said politely. "For a real master like you, Her Majesty has always been thirsty for talents. She will definitely meet you in person. I'm also a fire mage." Another grey-robed man walked over, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, "My name is Pogba. I can be ranked in the top 3 in the world of fire mages in Volantis, second only to Lisbon and Master Wood." "Really?" The customs inspector was doubtful. This Pogba was thin and short, with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. When the sea breeze blew, 7 or 8 ribs could be clearly seen on his chest. "Master Pogba is too modest," Oldwood said seriously. "Now that Master Lisbon has passed away, the Pogba brothers and I are on par. It's not an exaggeration to call him and me the Volantis twin masters." "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." "So you're the Volantis dual masters?" "Master, you've already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. I was blind and failed to recognize Master's simple and unadorned Grandmaster temperament. Please forgive me." Donder bowed and apologized sincerely. It was completely sincere, without the slightest bit of mockery or disrespect. "And me?" A short and fat man who looked like a beer barrel squeezed over, his thumb pointing to his fat chin that hung down to his chest. "I'm Greasy Residue Hancock from Coer, proficient in fire witchcraft and blood refining. I'm the #1 fire mage in the central continent of Ursus." As soon as Greasy Residue Hancock introduced himself, before Inspector Donder had time to compliment him, a thin 2-meter-tall bamboo pole immediately shouted, "And me, Jeep Burning Cloud from Mill, the #1 fire mage in the Narrow Sea. Are you sure you're here to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mages?" Donder was surprised and doubtful. In the past, there were no true fire mages. How come there were 4 of them today? And they were all top grandmasters from all over the world. Hey, don't doubt it. Since we dare to report our names and birthplaces, there's no possibility of lying. With the Dragon Queen's actions in Slaver's Bay in the morning and Pentos at night, she can easily verify the authenticity of our identities. And people can lie, but magic power is real. We'll prove ourselves to the Queen. Jeep Burning Cloud said very wisely. Inspector Donder had to admit that the thin bamboo pole was right. So, they had recruited 4 grandmasters at once? While Donder was feeling excited, another large group of 40 to 50 ugly melons and split dates, demons and ghosts, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed over, shouting, "I'm also a fire mage, I'm the #1 fire mage in Mill, we're the 4 talents of Terosai, we're the top 10 young talents of Volantis," and so on. Not to mention Inspector Donder, even Tyrion and the others on the deck were dumbfounded. "Aren't they jugglers?" A female dwarf who was leading a big dog wondered, "When we were sailing on the sea, we even practiced with them on the deck." They also said that they wanted to come to Astapor to be jugglers. In order to hide his identity, Tyrion changed his name to Hugo Caesar and formed a group with Fenny to perform a burlesque show. Well, it was Tyrion riding a pig and Fenny riding a dog. They pretended to be famous people like Robert, young Wolf Master, and Renly and had a duel. It's really a group of demons dancing. Tyrion looked at the noisy fire mages and frowned. What is Dragon Queen thinking? Is she a fanatic for wildfire like her father Eris? Humph, have you forgotten how the Gith fleet failed? If it wasn't kerosene and asphalt that fell from the sky, but a can of wildfire, just a small can ignite an 800-ton warship. A man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes sneered. Tyrion pulled his unbuttoned shirt and sighed. Look, how hot is the weather here? The wildfire has just been taken out of the cellar. It will explode immediately without the direct sunlight. Sister Lamore suggested, why don't we join the group of fire mages and go to the Great Pyramid to see the Dragon Queen? She was Little Griffin's etiquette instructor and also his spiritual teacher who taught him the teachings of the 7 gods. She had long dark brown hair and a pair of gentle purple eyes. She was a beautiful and elegant woman who was almost 40 years old. Well, the little demon was greedy for her body. Halden, what do you think? The weathered man turned to look at Halden, who had an ascetic face. Scholar Sai Halden was the grey-robed scholar who accompanied Tyrion in Volantis that day. If the Dragon Queen is in Astapor, we don't need to hide our identity anymore. We can go to the Great Pyramid and report your name. Whether it is John Mormont or Sir Barristan, they all understand the meaning of John Clinton. Halden said methodically. I wanted to observe her first and see how she deals with things up close. The weathered man, Clinton, said hesitantly. We are already here. What is there to observe? Halden's serious face showed a hint of a bitter smile. Sigh, the Alliance's rumors about her are too exaggerated. I am worried that she will harm Griffin. Clinton glanced at the young man standing beside the fire mages and lowered his voice. The other rumors may be false, but Viserys' death is absolutely true. A woman who can see her own brother being burned to death by her husband is terrifying. This. Halden also hesitated. Why don't little Griffin continue to hide his identity, and you pledge your loyalty to her as an old vassal? Forget it. Tyrion had been listening for a while. When he heard his old friend's bad idea, he couldn't hold it in anymore. You want her people, her army, and her dragon. You can't hide the truth about little Griffin forever. It is best to be honest with a powerful queen from the beginning. If she is as suspicious, greedy, and cruel as the rumors say, the consequences of hiding things will only be worse. Sigh, you are right. Clinton's frown deepened. A perfect king like Prince Rhaegar is rare. I sincerely pray to the seven gods that she can have a tenth of her brother's kindness and wisdom. Tyrion's missing nose twisted into a pig's nostrils. Lord Clinton, you must not let Robert hear this. Otherwise, he will be so excited that he will lift the coffin lid. What did you say? Clinton was confused. The Dragon Queen who defeated more than 100,000 Guy's soldiers and forced the slave merchants of the world to form an alliance is not even a tenth of Rhaegar in your words. Then how extraordinary is Robert who wields the hammer? After all, Robert defeated Rhaegar. The little demon laughed. You should pray with me that she has a tenth of Rhaegar's kindness. Otherwise, when your witty words anger her and she orders to cut off your deformed head to vent her anger, we will not disobey her over such a trivial matter. Clinton said coldly. The little demon held its head with both hands and laughed. Dispensable? No, at least it can say witty words. Clinton gave it a deep look and walked over to Donder. At this moment, the orange wine ship had already docked at Pier S-13. Inspector Donder had also registered the names, birthplaces, and bandit titles of the fire mages. Captain Neville, come with me. The customs inspector said to the small bearded captain who was watching the show. What did I do? Neville was so shocked that the mustache on the side of his lips stood up. No, you didn't do anything. Donder took his hand enthusiastically and explained with a smile as they walked to the gangplank. Captain Neville, you have brought so many high-tech talents to Astapor. The Queen will at least reward you with a green card. Hearing that he was going to be rewarded, the panic on Captain Neville's face immediately turned to surprise. He hurriedly asked, what is a green card? A tax-free card. No matter how many goods you buy or sell in Astapor, they are all tax-free. Donder explained. If I bring a caravan next time. Neville said with a shiver. Donder waved his hand and said proudly, no more than 100 ships, tax-free. Neville was so excited that he almost fainted. He turned around and looked at the group of strange technicians again. He seemed to see 3 feet of golden light on their strange heads. So, according to the Dragon Queen's taste, this is a talent. Next time, no matter what, I have to go to the pier to plunder another batch. Sir Inspector, please wait. Clinton struggled to pass a group of fire mages who were excitedly talking about the 1 million gold coin project and came to the side of the customs inspector in the green dragon t-shirt. He whispered, I am an old friend of Sir Barristan Selmy. I wonder if you can pass on a message for me. Donder was shocked and solemnly reminded, Sir Barristan is the captain of Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Don't try to establish a relationship with him. Clinton said with certainty, if you tell him the name John Clinton, he won't. Iron Judge, Iron Face Clean. Suddenly, loud cheers came from Pier S12 next door. "What's going on?" Clinton turned his head and saw a man who looked like a butcher walking down the gangplank with a determined and resolute expression under the cheers of thousands of people. Chapter 4:15. "Ah, Iron Mask Judge, it's Myreen's Iron Mask Clayen." Inspector Tanner looked back and exclaimed excitedly. Clayen was wearing a gray linen t-shirt, gray loose silk pants, handcuffs and shackles. He was escorted by two Unsullied as he walked slowly down the gangplank. As he walked slowly with a calm expression, he smiled and raised his hand to signal the cheering crowd. The chains on his wrists rattled. Although he was chained and dressed like a prisoner, his expression was not dispirited. He exuded an aura that was as deep as the abyss. The crude butcher's face faintly revealed a fearless and strong expression. He was like an honest and upright official who was imprisoned with a grievance but was magnanimous. "Clayen, Count." The little devil chewed on the name. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said hoarsely, "He's Count Clayen the Butcher. I heard that he kills people like scything flax. He's cruel and bloodthirsty. His hands are stained with the blood of countless suffering Guy's civilians. He is the #1 butcher under the Dragon Queen's command. Why does he look like a peerless minister with an awe-inspiring aura? He really has the demeanor of a famous official." Clinton's face was full of surprise. He murmured, "He reminds me of Duke Tywin who resigned from the hand of the king out of anger. But he's less resentful than Tywin and more carefree and calm." Sigh, rumors are harmful. The Guy's people of Volantis tried their best to smear the Dragon Queen, the mother of Dragon's Guards, the new free people of Slavers Bay, and a famous official, Count Clayen, as a greedy and bloodthirsty devil. The fire mages also nodded in agreement. In fact, Clayen's bearing made people admire and respect him. There was no trace of wretchedness or brutality on his face. The customs inspector said with a complicated expression, "The enemy's enemy is my hero." The Guy's people's insults and slander are just Count Clayen's medals and praises. He is indeed very harsh to the Guy's slave masters, but his actions are completely in accordance with the code. In the few months since he became the city lord of Myreen, he handled the case impartially and selflessly, and because he's too true, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes and won't let go of an evil person. He completely offended the Guy's people and was reported to the Emperor by them. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Tyrion leaned over and asked with interest. Inspector Tanner frowned at the ugly dwarf and asked Clinton, "He's with you?" "He and that female midget are burlesque artistes that I bought from the Free City," Clinton said. Tanner's eyes suddenly became sharp as he said coldly, "Slaves are not allowed to exist in Slaves Bay. Any slave that enters the bay will immediately regain their status as a free person. And you will be arrested for selling slaves, even if you know Sir Barristan." As he spoke, the two Unsullied behind him drew their daggers and cautiously approached Clinton. The little devil's eyes lit up and clapped with a smile. "Good, long live the Dragon Queen, long live freedom. We, the oppressed slaves, finally have a day to become masters. No wonder so many people in Volantis look forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that the Dragon Queen will attack soon. The dwarf is not a slave." Clinton took a step back and coldly glanced at the little devil who was gloating. "Look, he has no tattoos on his face and no slave shackles on his hands and feet. Also, how can there be a slave with such a cheap mouth?" "You just said buy," Inspector Tanner said. "Buying their labor is hiring," Clinton argued. He began to regret. If he knew that Slave Bay had such low tolerance for slaves, he would rather say that the noseless dwarf was his stupid son than arrange the identity of a clown for him. "Are you a slave or not? Don't worry, Slave Bay is a free harbor, and the Dragon Queen is a free girl." After crossing the Free Girls Strait and coming to Slave Bay, you are completely free. At this moment, they had already walked to the gangplank and came to the dock. There were sailors in linen shirts, dock workers, and merchants in silk shirts everywhere. Elephant carts and horse carriages were connected into 4 lines on both sides of the wide dock. They were the caravans that transported goods and the caravans that transported goods. Because they found a slave, the fire mage team led by Tanner also stopped by the orange wine ship. Free girl and free girl straight, what are they? Little Griffin was very sensitive to information about the Dragon Queen. You are from the Free City, right? You don't believe in the 7 gods? Tanner said. You believe in the 7 gods? The little devil was shocked. Tanner had already regarded the slave dwarf as one of his own. He was very kind and explained, Her Majesty the Queen believes in the 7 gods and reorganized the Grace Temple into the Great Church of the 7 gods. Because of this, the new free people of Slave Bay all believe in the 7 gods. The Queen did not force everyone to change their faith, but we all think that the 7 gods are good, especially the goddess Maiden, who symbolizes freedom. Finally, he added. So the free girl is that maiden. Clinton and the others suddenly realized. But the maiden symbolizes purity, not freedom. The little devil's mouth twitched, but he was inexplicably afraid of the Dragon Queen who he was about to meet. Is that woman really only 16 years old? Politics, economics, military, and even religion. She displayed extraordinary talent in every field. In just 2 short years, she built a flawless country from scratch. The long island at the entrance of Slave Bay is called Free Girl Island. The strait between Free Girl Island and Asta Wavelength Arm is Free Girl Strait. The 3 cities of Myrene, Cayuan, and Astapor are on the east coast of Slave Bay. After defeating the Allied army and taking down Illyria and Tauros on the west coast of Slave Bay, the Queen will change the name of Slave Bay to Free Girl Bay, Tanner said. The inspector saw the little devil's serious expression and the worry in his eyes. He thought that the dwarf was struggling in his heart, wondering if he should report his master and regain his freedom. He said softly, Dwarf, don't worry. You have come to the paradise of freedom. On this land, you don't have to worry about your safety and your life after freedom. The Dragon Queen will distribute land and houses to you. You can get the same amount of money without farming. It's enough for you to buy a house and settle down in the city. The neighborhood committee will also arrange a job for you. You can be your own boss and continue to perform antics. Not to mention supporting your dwarf wife, it's more than enough to raise 8 or 10 little dwarfs. In short, any slave who comes to Slave Bay is equivalent to coming to heaven. Tanner was afraid that the dwarf would be like some cowardly technical slaves, thinking that they couldn't live without their master. He was eloquent, trying his best to comfort and encourage him. He himself was an example. Tanner was once a scholar in the Great Pyramid. At that time, his ideological awareness was not high enough. He thought that without a master, he wouldn't be able to live a comfortable life. He was unwilling to regain his freedom and even begged the Dragon Queen to sell him again. Later, the Dragon Queen accepted him as a scribe and raised him for a year. Then, when he worked at the customs, he discovered one thing: the cost of raising him by the Dragon Queen was far less than the salary he deserved for his labor. So, he mustered up his courage, and with a nervous heart, he timidly went to the Dragon Queen and asked to terminate the support contract with her. The Dragon Queen gladly agreed and signed a new labor contract with him. He was truly independent and free. He became a civil servant in Astapor. His life was prosperous, and he was 10,000 times happier than when he was a slave for the slave owner of Gith. He was truly enlightened and understood how precious freedom the Dragon Queen had brought to these slaves. When he saw the little demon who was suspected of being a slave, it was like seeing his weak self in the past. He began to preach crazily. Are you a slave? Clinton stared at Tyrion and said coldly. The little demon opened his big mouth and revealed an ugly wry smile. He shook his head and said, It's funny. I really wish I were an ordinary slave now. Unfortunately, he was not ordinary. If he lied, when the Dragon Queen found out about Lannister's identity, not only would Clinton and the others not intercede, but they would also add fuel to the fire. Then, he would most likely lose his deformed head. Sigh, Inspector Donder, I'm really not a slave. Sir Clinton hired me Anne. The little demon turned around and glanced at Fenny, whose cheeks were red and eyes were watery. Fenny just looked at him and immediately lowered her head. Her face was even redder, and her blue eyes were even more watery. Fenny and I are not husband and wife, and there won't be a little dwarf. The ugly dwarf without a nose hardened his heart and said calmly. Fenny's apple-like face immediately turned pale. Since you are all performers performing for the Queen, then follow me. Donder greeted Clinton and the others with a wooden face. All of a sudden, he lost his previous eagerness. It seemed that if he was not a slave, the ugly dwarf's status would be lowered by 2 levels. This slave bay is interesting. The Dragon Queen has also piqued my interest. The little demon looked at Donder's back and said excitedly. I always thought that she was trying to buy people's hearts, or that it was just the kindness of a young girl, just like my wife Sansa. The little demon glanced at Fenny who was beside him. He saw that she only pursed her lips, her eyes were not red and swollen, and there was no sadness in her eyes. He ignored her sadness. He was relieved. What's wrong with your wife? What does she have to do with the Dragon Queen? Little Griffin asked curiously. Tyrion smiled and said, my wife Sansa is a kind beauty. She loves cats and dogs very much. But if there were really starving people who targeted her, she would immediately be like my sister, hoping that the Kingsguard and the Golden Robes would be brave enough to kill all the rioters. This is the kindness of a noble girl. It's so cheap that it's not even comparable to the kindness of a prostitute. So, I'm very surprised. Compared to us, the Dragon Queen is like a weirdo. I heard that the Dragon Queen has an ancestor called Saint Baylor. Maybe he was a devout believer of the 7 gods like her, said Pogba, one of the Tile City's double absolutes. Saint Baylor is brainless. He doesn't understand war and politics. He can't even solve a domestic rebellion. Look at the Dragon Queen, look at this prosperous Astapor. The little demon squeezed into the crowd at the docks. He pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians and the shops with a dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street and sighed. Can you imagine that all the major cities in the world are working together to form an unprecedented army of hundreds of thousands to surround this city? Look at the expressions of the residents of Astapor. Are there any signs of worry or fear? I have never seen such a confident and proud temperament anywhere else. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.